All right, welcome everyone to another action-packed TCH Live cash stream on Tuesday night. I'm Eric Van Loosen, joined as always by Aaron McAvoy down there in Austin, and we are ready to do a PLO flip and get after it. Fun lineup tonight. How you doing, Mr. Aaron?
Doing great, man. Good to be here. And yeah, we're playing a little bit of 5-5-10 here tonight. A little bit shorter stacks, but I'm sure plenty of action and a lot of the same familiar faces that we're used
to. Yeah, looks good lineup wise. We got Z World and OFC back on the stream. Of course, we got the Jay Diggles over in the 9 seat. Joe Daddy, Muskie is back. Spooky is back. We've got Nick, who's been on before, and Sammy, Carlos going by Quadzilla in seat 5, and McFish, who's been on one of our kind of more fun cash streams before. He was supposed to be on last week when we had the technical issues that shut us down. So he's back on tonight. So glad to see McFish on.
excellent.
And we're starting off with a 6-8-8 flop here. Let's see who's landed. I'm not seeing any 8s out there. Could be hidden.
You didn't brief him.
Oh, there's one straight away.
Straight away. There we go.
There.
Mr. Quadzilla. Let's see if he gets another one.
That'd be one hell of a way to start off. So just showing trip 8s here
with an ace.
Carlos, but
OFC.
Oh, there it is.
There's the hidden. Yeah, he was the last one to show.
Some things never change. But look at that, those are shitty. Yeah, I'm weeping over here. Yeah. Don't sprain your fingers when you fucking break that in. For you. Very unlucky for you.
Looks like OFC is going to start it off with a nice win there. I do know we have the TCH Live channel is also streaming the big Poker Atlas finale, a 500K prize pool. It was 300K guarantee, Aaron. It looks like it went over all the way up to 506. So that's streaming on a sister channel. So hopefully some folks will join us on our cash stream later as that's going on. And of course, we're kicking off our even bigger one tonight. That started this morning. And second flight is currently going on in this room right here in Dallas. So a lot of tournament stuff going on. And of course, yourself and a lot of our other friends are going to be heading out to Vegas pretty soon. So shout out to all those tourney folks getting their tourney game ready for the WSOP.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be out there here in just a couple of days. And yeah, hopefully have a little bit of run good here at the beginning of the series.
Absolutely.
As you know, every summer goes the same for every poker player, right? There's like very few people that actually do it, but you get all amped up. You've been waiting all year for it. You're all excited, and you're like, all right, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to ship the first event, or I'm going to pull the $1 million bounty or whatever, right? And like 99.99% of us are all just like tail between our legs, like, oh man, like right. I was in for 6 bullets and I didn't cash or whatever, right?
But it's Vegas, baby, you know.
That's right. And somebody does pull the $1 million bounty, and somebody does win the tournament. Someone does get a bracelet. You know, like all the things do happen, but it's just really, really hard. So, battle up, boys and girls. We're doing it again.
That's right. Another hot summer in Vegas, and somebody's coming home super happy, and most folks will come home just saying, well, I gave it hell.
That's right.
All right, Spooky's going to win our first hand, getting the bet through there with the ace-3. He's been playing a lot lately on our live stream, so enjoy having Spooky back on, getting him in on this lineup. You know, a lot of people, for whatever reason, kind of come and go, and it's nice to have, you know, somebody that's wanting to come in and play on a regular basis. So hopefully he becomes a regular.
Yeah, I really get a kick out of his play style too.
Me too.
You know, he's sort of a little bit on the looser side, but does so in a way that really tends to kind of work for him, I guess, right? Like, we don't just see him just like punting it off and blasting it in all the time, but he definitely picks some sort of fringe hands to get involved with, and tends to navigate the spots pretty well. So yeah, I really enjoy watching him play.
Just an affirmation that there is no God.
Handsome Andy joining us saying, let's go little Castro. And Mr. Big Castro, Harvey joining us, saying everyone's drawn dead versus the young buck there, Z-World. The young Jedi. Master Yoda, Harvey, taught him well.
60 is the bet. Call 60.
Well, McFish here will defend his straddle babies, and we're going to go heads up to a flop. Virtual coin flip here.
Heads up.
And wow, would you look at that flop for Z-World.
He's flopped Z-World, they would say.
35.
Still working with just 8 high, but yeah,
35.
a third of the deck will improve him. McFish here going to continue for the small C bet.
Oh my
And
goodness.
there is the straight flush on the turn. Ace high nut flush here for the drawing McFish, and
125.
for 125, a very good possibility that McFish finds his way to a river card, and disaster could await.
And he may go for it now. Would be disaster, like you said. Yeah, he's going to.
Raise. 425 is the bet.
When the supposed nut flush turns into the butt flush.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible for Z-World. Z-World also in position, right? And getting check raised on this turn is just such a dream. He can call. SPR is going to be just a smidge over 1. So as long as his opponent puts any kind of bet in on the river, it'll be an easy jam for the rest of it. And let's see if McFish may not even need a diamond to get the rest. Oh my God, this is absolutely savage. This is going to be the nuts versus the second nuts. This is unbelievable.
Gross. Harvey, what are you doing, buddy? Drawing dead indeed.
So this is a down bet here. McFish gets there. Now, obviously, there is a paired board, but you're just never folding the nut flush.
No, and these are those dream spots that all of us poker players have been in. When you do get the miracle hand, you just hope that one time your opponent's got it. And for poor McFish, he does get there. Didn't have to rep the hand anymore. He had the hand, but unfortunately, young Castro got the goods.
And how good does this kid run on the stream, dude? The last
So
time I
gross.
saw him, he made like 30K just smoking people, making hands left and right, and now he starts with a damn straight flush versus nut flush.
Hand number 3, we have straight flush over ace high flush. And our friend McFish almost all the way down to the felt. Looks like he's going to have a couple of trips to Taco Bell left before he reloads.
Oh, man, that is savage.
Yeah, after that one, I don't think you could eat Taco Bell. You just throw it right back up.
Yeah, you're not keeping anything down. That's
No.
a nauseating board.
Totally. Tika doing damage. Starting us off. Well, let's see if we got, while she's getting this pot right, if we've got any of our flyers up. We don't, but if you're wanting to know how to get on this stream and maybe flop a straight flush draw and bink on the turn, this is who you contact, the lovely Miss Mallory. I had some folks asking out in the room last night how to get on, and this is how you get on. Scan that QR code, or you can contact Mallory. She's on the socials as well, Mallory Poker on Instagram. She's in Vegas right now, trying to bink something out there in the WSOP, but she still puts these lineups together for us. So if that's what you're into, you want to play in Dallas on Tuesday nights, give her a shout.
And I knew that there was going to be this comment in the chat, so I had to pull it up. And Rebel Poker, of course, does the... Actually, guys, the ace-high flush isn't the second nuts. It's like the 15th best hand.
Yeah, quad nines. Quad nines, yes, we're aware.
Oh, and the full houses and everything, of course. Yeah, of course, you're absolutely right. I was trying to talk about the flushes, the versions of flushes, but you know, misspoke and you got me. You're absolutely right. And let's get Rebel Poker here in the booth of stat.
What's up, Mr. Greenberg?
Raise.
And Ronnie B joining us. Hope y'all are having a great Tuesday night. Go Stars.
Pause 40.
You basically started when you left off.
Heads up.
Will you hear that?
No, you just told me.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see that stream.
All right, Nick Skywalker versus Muskie here. Dominated queen, and doesn't matter because he drills the jack.
What seed were you on?
He's over there. I mean, his hair was
65
flowing in
is
slow motion. I mean,
The whole 9 yards?
fucking the theme song to Titanic would play every 4 hands.
Check. Check.
Check, check on the turn, and this board gets very connected. But Muskie will go for value here on the end. Looks like he bets quite large, even.
There's the Stars game tonight.
Nearly full pot.
Yeah, it does start at 7. Hey, Bill,
And
this is your house. Any way we can
gets
make
no
that to the
takers,
start?
obviously.
No,
Do
we
you have
don't
a
cave on
YouTube
it.
TV account?
I did.
Give me some link.
It's not on.
There's no cable. There's no cable.
So, Eric,
Yeah.
is this match the stack, or is it capped 2K buy-in?
I believe it's going to be match.
Okay. I assumed as much, but I saw that it looks like perhaps McFish reloaded for just 2K over there, or maybe that's a little bit more. Can't really tell, but don't quite have his numbers updated in the graphics just yet. But the quarter straddle is definitely already out and sticking, so we should be seeing some stacks of growing here before you know it.
Big game? Big game juices a lot. That shallow or raise?
It's straddle.
It's a straddle.
Raise.
Looks like we missed the straddle in the graphics there as it shows JD winning the hand, but we'll have to just back this up a little bit. And
Okay. He has game currency.
Yeah, his hand's really that bad.
75.
Probably said to scan it because they couldn't believe it. I love that.
all right, so OFC makes the call. Heads up we go between
Yeah, I'll
JD
save you the trouble.
and OFC.
Oh.
Standing call fire.
Way to scare him, JD.
His cards are black. He's going to rep that flush.
JD's very good at scaring other players before he's folded their hand.
Don't want to get involved and lose more.
He teaches classes on that.
So the events, Aaron, that you're going to go fire in, you mentioned the mystery bounty. What else are you going to be interested in while you're out there?
Yeah, you can double.
On this
They can
first
double
trip
straddle,
out,
right?
just the deuce to 7 single draw, the
Yeah, you can double
$1,500
straddle.
event.
Double straddle 50.
So yeah, just a couple of no limit events up front, and then you know, they really redid the schedule this year. Usually the deuce to 7 was towards the back end, and so I would go back out and play deuce to 7 in the week leading up to the main. But now that they've shifted it up to the very beginning of the series, it's sort of right there with the Mystery Millions. So
Gotcha.
I'm gonna play those two events. There are, I mean, of course, there are just like tons of events all the way through. But the problem for me, at least as far as WSOP goes, is that the next sort of most interesting tournament is like this $500 shit show that runs for like a week, a full week, you know,
Yeah.
with like starting flights each day, and it's going to have, you know, 50,000 entries or something insane. And, you know, really, if you want to play that event, then you want to start playing them on the very first flight. I mean, you're going to be there for a week in Vegas, playing, you know, paying for your room and food and all that stuff to play a $500 tournament. It doesn't really make a ton of sense. So you would have to supplement that, probably just play a couple of those flights, play some other tournaments, right? So I don't know. It's just there's a big gap there between the tournaments that I'm interested in and then like a meteor kind of millionaire maker or something, a kind of tournament that comes just a little bit later. So just going to come back home after those two and wait for the back end of the tournament. There's tournament series. There's a bunch of stuff leading up to the main that looks really good.
Well, awesome. All right, in this hand we had pocket nines get folded. Best hand get folded as Nick has taken kind of the aggressive line here with just a jack high. Spooky wanting to look him up though with that pair of fours.
Yeah, almost impossible to continue across multiple streets facing these sizes. I mean, yeah, it's only like 1/3 pot, but like, what are you going to do on the river when he jams?
Absolutely.
You call with bottom pair? Probably not.
What's going on, Damon? Says good evening to everyone. Hope you're out there running good somewhere. And Rebel Poker saying, yeah, get him in the booth. The only payment he needs is a Monte Cristo from Cheddar's and a chocolate shake. That sounds delicious, my friend. The last time I had a Monte Cristo sandwich was at Bennigan's, and I don't even know if Bennigan's exists anymore. But that was the jam.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to one. We didn't have them in Colorado, I don't believe.
It was like the rival of Chili's, you know, growing up. That was like the hot spot for teenage kids to go on a Friday night before we went out and got in trouble.
And Chili's was the other one?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Back in the day, baby. Those were the hot spots, you know. Get out of there with like spending $10 back then and eat a good meal. Now it's probably 30.
Sure. Yeah, Denny's was our late night haunt.
Oh,
like,
Denny's.
You know, middle of the night, 24-hour kind of spot. All right, ace jack, ace queen, both players flopping the pair of nines and the king has just high cards playing. But Spooky gonna see bet, get this one through.
Thank you so much for that.
Because this poker place can't do cable on this TV.
You had a chance to play any tournaments or anything here recently, Eric?
I did. I played Friday night here. We have a pretty good big stack tourney on Friday night. It's like a 250 buy-in that usually is pretty good. Made the final table in that one and then tried to go back-to-back on our Saturday tournament and came up about 15 spots too short of making another final table, but gave it hell. We had a really good turnout. And the quickest final table I think I've ever commentated this Saturday, Aaron. 3 orbits of the button at our final table, and we were done.
Wow.
Full 9 players, 3 orbits, and we chopped 3 ways because first place had like 6.7 million out of a total of like 8 million chips. So they were just like, you know, just increase the third place money a little bit and go ahead and just give this guy first place money and get the hell out of here. And that's what they did. But it was a wild one.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, he knocked out 5 of the 6 players that got busted and just put on a clinic. And he was actually one of the players that was at the final table on the Friday night with me. So it was a really nice run for Danny, who, shout out to him, who won our Saturday tournament for just over $14,000.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a really good slate of tournaments here for the Memorial Day weekend at TCH Social in Austin. A couple of 40K guaranteed tournaments. I played both of them, did min cash the first one, and then got to play one hand in the second one. Went for the max late reg, sat down with 15 big blinds, and yeah, immediately got it all in with 10s against ace queen, and I was right back out of the tournament area.
Wow.
In one hand.
That's insane. That literally sounds like the Friday night one that I did make the final table for. I literally played one hand and doubled up my very first hand and got it in bad, of course. Ace king versus aces.
And you spoke them?
Yes, hit the flush, baby. We knew it was coming. It was one of those 4-bet, then I get 5-bet. What do you do? Just get it in.
Yeah. All right, Z World here going for a squeeze out of the small blind with Queen 10 of diamonds after a whole bunch of people tried to get in for 25 bucks. And perfectly executed squeeze here, going to get through the field. And Z World will scoop up 140 bucks without seeing a flop.
Yeah, I love that fucking movie.
I figured you. I saw that. I just thought about it. I was like,
Yeah, I saw the 8 of diamonds and the ace of diamonds were folded, but you know he still had the straight flush possibilities, 9 through king. So we missed out on on another Z World straight flush.
Brilliantly themed. I mean,
If we see just a straight flush from any player tonight, let alone Z World again, I will be very, very surprised. But
Yeah.
we did start with it within the first 3 hands, so
that looked like a fat white
Yep.
guy.
plenty of time.
successful.
I had a buddy of mine sent me a double board bomb pot PLO hand. He got his first straight flush ever and sent it to me, and I was like, man, you got to start playing some more hands. But they are rare. A lot of people play years before they get one.
More of a Seattle
Are you saying faux?
Faux.
Like P5 faux?
And a lot of times when you get one, your opponent has nothing, so you win about $20. But not Z World. His opponent had the ace high that was relegated to being the butt flush.
I want to go get some fun.
Like that faux.
I probably did. I don't know what I said. I can't keep track.
All right, Rebel's going to play the 100K tournament on the 22nd at the Orleans. Nice. Well, good luck.
Yeah.
Where have you been all your
Yeah, there's so many good tournaments out there. That's the thing too, is like,
you're like,
I mean,
oh, no, I can't believe I missed
if
out
you
on
don't want
this
to be hanging out in those
$25
gigantic
Faux.
lines over
Faux.
at the Horseshoe, there's like
Raise.
5 other venues that are hosting a really good tournament. Good guarantees.
Food,
You know,
food,
any
food.
game under the sun, right? You've got the couple of mixed game series that basically pop up at a couple of different venues. So yeah, just a great time to be a poker tournament player.
I would love the opportunity to be able to tip you. I'm just letting you put it out there.
I'm waiting. It's okay. I want you to save our money for when we go to New York. You know?
All right, we got John Ortiz joining us. I think he was thinking he was watching the other channel of TCH Live that has the Poker Atlas title event going on. He says he's joining from Cranston, Rhode Island, rooting on Gabriel. Gabriel is still playing, one of the final 3 players over there on
Food.
the other TCH stream that's going on right now, which is the Poker Atlas title event
Or you
from
think I should've
Houston.
seen?
They're down to 3-handed in that $506,000 prize pool. So good luck to those folks that are
575
still in that one.
Yeah, it's like 85,000 plus up top. Just an incredible payday for a $600 tournament.
You can buy it and rent it. Amazon. Some other things.
Agreed, Mr. Brandon. What's up, buddy? Net game needed. I bet JD will talk these boys into getting that going tonight.
I'll go with that. I had to. We never told her how much you added on for.
Still got your car, Travis?
Huh?
No.
All right, so McFish here, hopefully going to get his stack
So I drove it for
at
11
least
months,
close. We're
and
putting him in
then
at
I had
1900 to
opportunity
start the hand thereabouts,
RA
and
last year
he
was
is involved here.
and I had an opportunity to buy.
Flopped flush draw here for Nick Skywalker.
1900.
So I,
Ace
Check.
and high here is the best hand at the moment.
so I drove for 11 months. I got the same amount. I traded for the same money that I
175 is
paid
that?
for it. So yeah. And then I bought the Audi R8 GT. And then I have a Maserati MC20 Note edition. That's the one that David Beckham and Bertolini designed. There's only 50 of those in the world.
Not going to chase the spades this time.
Kind of investments, but I
I
drive
did
them.
not see
Nick.
your hands,
And then
right?
my daily drive is
Uh-oh.
the
Zach has a hand. Yeah, we didn't see it either.
175.
Zach is going to get in there.
That was me. I put the
that B10 engine, dude. You don't hear those.
So Z-World does still have a hand here. Let's see if it'll put that back up in the graphics. We're going to get a little rewind of the cards.
You should buy it from me. You should buy it from me.
Zach and Nick.
I'm working on an M5 right now.
You love those Beamers.
The bet was 175 and Zach called it.
Just got it
He's
tuned.
doing his one time. My bad. When I set the
Right now
deck
it's
down,
getting
you
all carbon
reset it.
fitment this morning.
Oh, really?
There we go.
You know a guy or recommendation?
Check.
It's a nice shot.
All right, so the double gutty for Z World goes for the check call on the flop.
Yeah, your card is
No
acceptable.
improvement for Nick Skywalker, and this is actually a bad card for him to continue betting on, right? Like he's just not going to have a lot of eights. Although it does check to him on the flop, he can bet some eights, but neither player will improve, and it's just going to come down to whether or not Nick wants to put in a third barrel here.
Or can Z-World find the bluff here?
Check.
He is just going to give up. The only way to win for Nick is to put money out there. 5 high.
Isabel?
The gas engines. Yeah. Like they were going full electric, but they stopped and kind of went back because they saw the response.
Gets it done. So yeah, Nick's had some interesting lines tonight, and they're getting through for him. See if he gets looked up later in the stream. Maybe folks will find out off camera on a bathroom break or so that he's being a little frisky tonight and has not had it yet, but he has taken down a couple of pots already.
$25 shot.
Yeah, really wasted no time putting in the third barrel there too. Z-World checks it to him, and he's just like, yeah, I got 5 high, so it doesn't matter if I can, like, you know, just bet 500 into like 860 here, just make it look super value heavy and hope for the best. Who knows what we're trying to push him off of for less than 3/4 pot bet on the river, because if he's got a boat, he's not folding, and I guess other than that, it's really hard to continue, right? So
Absolutely.
You can get those.
I'm trying to figure out too, his hat says Rebels. It looks like Cleveland Browns colors. I walked by him earlier and saw it's like, oh, he's wearing a Browns hat, but it says Rebels. So I need to find out what team that is he might be rocking that has those beautiful brown colors. No offense, Cleveland.
got the orange and everything on the
Yeah,
bill
the
there.
orangey brownie
Let yourself drive your car.
goes really well with our table colors.
Oh yeah.
That would be there already. Like 10 years.
I told you that.
I
I
read
literally
somewhere where
said
the
that.
United States had to have electric
And then you
cars
asked
by
about the phone,
2035.
so I said okay.
Save me 25 though. Whatever I did.
Huh?
Every guest
Thank you. Raise the 60, fold, fold,
to have electric, so you get like a credit.
Oh.
And Tesla,
Fold.
they're 100%.
fold.
Credits, so they sell them.
Yeah, but the credit depends on the income bracket.
All
That's
right.
how it goes.
For Tesla, they just get a credit for having so many.
$7,500, I think.
That's for the
That's
tax for
different.
the buyer.
Yeah. That's for customers buying that.
Correct.
But yeah, they did drop it down.
$25
Oh, it's not
shot.
$7,500 no more?
No, but it used to be 7,500.
All right, Tika, do your magic. We had a straight flush on hand number 3. We've had a lot of
And you qualify in,
non-cooperative flops since that one.
there's like hoops to jump through.
I think Brandon's right. We may need to get those knit buttons going, get these players fired up a little bit. It's early, though.
It's weird. Like I think like
Just
there's like certain
18
electric
hands
terms
in.
you get it, and certain terms you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's making the market really weird because like certain ones are
Raise 75.
you gotta find out they're on the same.
Fold.
Well, Nick here going to continue getting
Raise
after it.
325.
The 9-6 suited under the gun open, pretty bold. But Muskie going to come in with a big 3-bet here. This is 4.3x raise
325.
in the cutoff.
Yeah, McFish realizing that was pretty hefty, and he just lets go the ace-queen.
It's like weird. It's weird right now.
Yeah.
Out of position there, so solid lay down there for McFish.
No, it's been a while. Last time I spoke to him was when I was at his restaurant. We had 20 people.
$25 shot.
But that's the last one. I'll go visit him one time again. It's been a while.
It's an interesting dynamic here with the $25 straddle on
Yeah, 'cause the second one-
most of the time, given the fact that like half the table here is still working with the original 2K they bought in with that has dwindled down a little bit. And so, you know, 5 of the 9 players here working with sub 100 big blinds, like really closer to like 80.
It's the best Mediterranean.
And that is a little bit unusual for deep stack Texas poker.
All right, here's that.
Elm Street?
Oh, is it Elm Street?
Tend to see a few, a little bit fewer 3-bet pots, right? Given that there's not as much
Check.
depth.
75.
Let's see if you've been to.
Massive flop here for
Look at the guy the other
Spooky,
day who
but
was
Nick
Posture.
gut shot and a inferior gut draw is going to float.
Same thing, Mediterranean food?
Yeah, Mediterranean hookah. Apparently, it's like one of like the biggest, most popular restaurants in Houston.
175.
What is it called?
La Posture. La Posture.
Yeah, just the 3 outs there.
Houston, and then they
Lets it go. Spooky's going to take that one down.
Yeah. 9 months ago, they moved one.
I know McFish's stack will get corrected here shortly. He did get taken down just about to the felt, so it's showing he's down about a couple $100, but he's down right at 2,000. Reloaded though for the 2K,
Amazing, but it's not premium.
Okay, I've never been there.
What's a premium hookah?
so he's the only one that's taken the real big hit so far tonight, and that'll get corrected on screen. But yeah, JD's already added on. He's up to
Upscale. There's nothing
almost 4K now.
all in
$10.
that.
Match the stack that Z-World had
I
previously.
don't know the prices. The pictures look nice. I haven't been yet. I just been playing poker with most of them.
And yeah, if you are one of those players who likes to match up and cover the rest of the table, yeah, you've always got chips in your pocket just ready to add on to make sure that someone hits a new high water mark and boom, you're right there with them before they lose a pot.
$20 hookah, $60 hookah.
Ambiance.
That stack size goes down.
And it's things like alcohol, buddy. Come on. Yeah, well, $160 bottle line.
Well, no,
Serving
that's
alcohol
3 players.
compared to BYOB. All those.
Oh, BYB, I can handle that.
Check.
Part flush draw here for Sammy. One of the first hands he's really gotten involved in, and Carlos here, flopping the top pair, no kicker, is going to continue for 50.
125.
Sammy steps on the gas here, check raise.
Yeah, not an ace you're really thrilled about getting check raised with. Diamonds and 4 kicking.
All right, I believe you.
Close.
Nice two pair.
I messaged him.
Carlos says, nice 2-pair.
Or good fold.
Yeah.
Or good,
Spot on, spot on.
$25 shot.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of reminded me how I used to play.
Now let's wait.
Can you put 10 of my dollars up there, please? Thank you.
$25 shot.
10 of my dollars.
Call.
Carlos didn't bring his Prince card protector, but he's wearing the Purple Rain
100
shirt.
is the bet.
I definitely approve of that. I'd like to get my Purple Rain shirt back that a ex-girlfriend stole years ago.
Close, close.
Wouldn't hold out hope, man.
No,
I think it's long gone.
I have to go back to Target, get a new one.
All right, the birds here for Spooky goes from 25 limped by Muskie up to 100.
That
McFish in
raise
there.
to 400.
And Z World is going to step in it. King, Queen suited.
Oh,
Squeezing up to 400.
Last week it wasn't.
Every Tuesday is live.
I think there was
And here, again, like with the $25 straddle and with how quickly these pots blow up, there's just not a lot of maneuverability here, right? Like, how do you 4-bet not all in?
12, 400.
And Spooky is going to play tricky trappy, invite McFish into the pot, which is a little bit dangerous, but
Chips in the card.
McFish sitting on 11% equity and, you know, only going to flop a set about 1 and 8 here. So not
I think it's pretty.
particularly dangerous in the long run.
Yeah,
And
it
this
makes
run
me
as
think
well.
every once in a while, but-
King, queen, and the threes bricking.
Okay,
Ace
then,
is
what's
way out in
But one
front.
time when I played the
Check.
game, it showed I had ace king.
Yeah.
And the flop was king.
And you
king,
folded, and they gave you a hard time
Yeah,
about
they
it. It's
gave me
like,
a hard
oh my
time.
God, it's
And
because
I'm
you were
like,
up there like
no,
you're so
I don't
tight.
have ace
I still don't believe you. You had
I
ace
don't have a
king.
king.
You were just a nit. Same time.
I didn't have it. And I thought,
Later they said we messed up.
They did.
Z World knows better than to
and then I
c-bet a
after the
flop
stream,
that
I
has missed his hand this wide against two opponents
folded ace
that have position on him.
The bet is 650.
Spooky will probe.
I think he's strong once or twice.
Fold.
Talking about the time you pulled ace king pre-flip?
No, pre-flop. After the flop hit trips.
Oh.
Flop was king king. I was bluffing with ace jack or something, and it was showing ace king. And I had ace jack. When I got re-raised, I folded. So they were like, "How does he fold?" I was bluffing with ace jack.
Take it, sweetheart.
Yeah, it is incredibly unfortunate when those misreads happen because, you know, we don't know what's going on, right? We see what's on the screen, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the hand he's talking about, yeah, he got my number from Mallory, and he's texting me and calling me after the stream. And
It's easy to raise
man, I didn't fold ace king there. I'm not no nit. It was funny. I was like, yeah, we mentioned we were gonna have to ask you after the hand, like, what the hell, what happened there?
25.
Because we just see what the machine says, and don't get to find out until after the fact if there is indeed a misread.
You guys aren't appreciating it. So.
The worst ones are when you have someone who generally plays like pretty snug and all of a sudden it shows them playing like Jack 5 offsuit and you're like, oh God, this feels like a misread. And then it is just like a coin flip as to whether or not they're just like tired of folding and they just decided to play this one hand really crazy, or
125.
if it's a misread. We'll just have to wonder together. Great flop here for Z World.
125.
Not such a great turn card. Let's see if Muskie wants to rep it. He's already got chips in hand. And is indeed gonna bet 275. It's a little bit sus to be like, all right, like maybe you just like have something like ace queen, queen jack, paired the queen and are betting, right? Like a lot of times when you do turn that pair on the king king 4 board flop, right? You're like, maybe we check down. But the continued aggression gets Z World out of there in 7 high like a boss. Take down the pot for Muskie.
All right, just about at the 1 hour mark on our live stream, and of course,
You're gonna be $10.
get
okay,
closer
Muskie?
to
$25
puck dropping. Dallas Stars versus Edmonton Oilers, and Muskie over there rocking that Stars jersey. Normally we'll have Scott on rocking jerseys. I thought that was him when I first saw the jersey, but Scott's not playing tonight.
Raise 75.
His daughter actually was going to be on last Tuesday's live stream, and unfortunately didn't get to see her play again, but she had a really good night. They played on the stage anyway, even though we didn't stream, and she won some big old hands. So it was cool to see for dad and daughter to go home winners last Tuesday.
Oh, 225.
Yeah, very cool.
Did find out we're going to get that same fun lineup that we had last week. They're going to come back for, I believe, June 10th. So we'll have a really fun 5-5 game with those folks that were up on stage, drinking it up and having a good time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, McFish included there. So.
All right, well, I will be back from Vegas for that night, so I look forward to it.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, gonna have to leave you and RJ to it for a week from today.
Check.
Whatever will we do, Aaron?
You know, I just don't know. But I believe that you will persevere. OFC now a statistical favorite here on the Jack of Clubs turn, picking up straight draw and flush draw to go with those overcards. And JD can no longer continue.
Yeah, just 16 outs. That's when you see it brick and the threes still win somehow, and you're kind of, what the hell? Like, I had the whole deck, it seems, but betting is the way to get it through.
Shadow.
5 more hours.
So OFC now at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, he's added on a little bit as well, but he's getting close to 4K in his stack, and he's up just under $1,000.
Yeah, I think the profit and loss is not going to be accurate here, as McFish is only credited for losing 600, but he's down, I believe, 2,600.
Right.
So that's where those sort of phantom dollars have run off to.
75.
Or rather, not so phantom dollars, but the phantom losses, where they came from.
3 plays.
Three ways to a flop we go. Ace high, 2-tone board. Middle pair of 9s for JD, far and away the best hand.
For me, that was like, I thought we were also
And a nice little easy pickup there for JD, and I think that's going to put him into the profitable category. Oh, not quite. He's still stuck. $230.
Exactly. The first time I was like, what is that? I thought it's cameras and shit, you know? And then they were like, no, that's a sniper holding.
Come out the weekend dinner.
Why would they teach you for the brands?
Like sweating over here,
Why would they have snipers otherwise? Don't make no sense.
Seemed like we've seen that exact hand quite a bit. The ace-10 of clubs at the table so far. How about the ace-king of diamonds here for Sammy?
Yeah. And the 4x 3-bet here from Sammy, taking a similar approach as Muskie. Just really kind of blowing up the pot a little bit here, and makes it very difficult to continue, given how relatively short these stacks are, given, you know, the usual dynamic of having, you know, 150, 200 big blinds. And that's just not being the case here tonight with the $55 straddle coming on. Z-World is going to make the call, though. He's going to play out of position with the 8 high and does not connect. Quick check back from Sammy. And a bad gut shot here for Z-World on the turn. Can he find a pair or a 10? He cannot.
Yeah, knows that's not a card he wants to bluff at too often.
I talked all the way back in the West.
Oh, yeah. I only went one turn.
325.
I'm not like a big gambler. I don't go do that all the time.
Sure you're not, buddy. Sure you're not. Or now.
Admitting it's the first time.
That's how they get you.
All right, Sammy going to take that one down.
60K. Yeah.
If you're one and run.
Alright, got $25 shadow.
He's put his poker player who he was a smoker, and so he'd always smoke and then go play his own because he had to like walk out there, and so he would just he'd go for a smoke and come back an hour later. You know?
Wait, right here.
It's fine. It's like a savings account with a negative interest rate. You know, I'm gonna
Raise
get most of that
75.
money back to town now. Something I'm gonna hit big.
Mentioned the even bigger one, $300 buy-in, 250K guarantee did start today. It's a multi-day, 2 flights a day tournament. It'll kick off. Looks like we had 72 entries this morning, and the second flight is going on as we speak. And there's currently 51 entries in that one. A lot of time left still
Yeah, I know.
in that booger.
I'm at like $6 on that. Like I get that.
Another 2 hours and 42 minutes to get in that. The blinds are just at 200, 400, 400 right now. So come on out, fire in the even bigger one here at the TCH Dallas location.
I just took a peek over at the Poker Atlas Tour main event final table here. It looks like the remaining 2 players have agreed on a chop with the chip leader Ed, I think it is, going to be taking the trophy and the lion's share of the money. So that tournament coming to a close. Not exactly clear to me what the deal is without listening in, but yeah, congratulations to those 2 players taking the top 2 spots and the lion's share of the money. And yeah, thanks everybody that showed up down in Houston for the Poker Atlas Tour.
Absolutely. I didn't even realize they had it, but they had a Hijack Poker online tournament for that series as well. And our very own Mr. Donovan, who was our tournament director up until recently, decided to go back into dealing and wanted to start playing more. He played and actually won that online event on the Hijack app, so he gets a Poker Atlas trophy himself.
Oh,
shout out to Donovan.
Seat 32.
Yeah, congrats.
Raise 150.
I think that was a 20K guarantee, so it was a pretty nice little score for him, and gets one of those big old trophies.
150.
Oh wow, OFC here just calling with the ace king.
Close. 3 players.
And he's going to play man in the middle here between Nick Skywalker and JD, the pre-flop aggressor. And wow, what an incredible flop for the slow played ace king here. Top with the king of hearts. Free turn card, and it's the 7 of diamonds.
Check.
JD here just hoping to get to showdown with the queens and 7s, ace kicking on board. But OFC not going to check any longer. JD's hand, though, just a little bit too strong to go folding to a single bet, as OFC could have just any old random hand with a single heart, something like that, maybe a jack 10, a king 10. Now with 9:30 in the middle. The nice thing for OFC too is that if for some reason JD has something like a wheel ace that is just like, I'm just not betting this ever, you know, I've got aces up with the queen on board kicking, like 3 hearts, let's just check and get to showdown, let somebody bluff. OFC's king is kicking, can get some value, but obviously that's not the case here. And a quick fold from JD, doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, nice hand worked out for him. The slow playing that we thought was a little suspect, playing man in the middle, but man, boy, did he get a good advantageous flop for that hand, and ends up getting a little bit of value on the turn out of JD. And Mallory joining us all the way from Las Vegas. Howdy, Mal.
What's up, Mallory?
Yeah. Raise to 90.
If you're just tuning in, Mal, you have to rewind and watch hand number 3.
90 is the bet.
And cheers from Belarus, John Tyson.
Call 90.
Welcome.
Heads up.
Because I didn't think they were falling apart.
It'd be very Texan if I was like, that's old John. He's watching from Belarus.
He's saying he had pocket aces.
He's watching over there in Belarus.
Your pocket ace.
Where's that? East Tennessee?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Raise
This
275.
guy. This guy. What Randy says he.
Did you have jacks with the jack of heart?
All right, check raise here for Muskie. Spooky with a bad gut shot. He's out of there.
I'm trying to see the hands he got.
He plays head games. It's in your head. You know, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. Always got queen somehow. Always queen.
If anybody ever wonders why I say a bad gut shot, that's because it's on the bottom end, and so you can make your straight, but the gut shot that's higher than you, like with the overcard, will have improved to a better straight. So I don't know. That's, in my terminology, the difference between a good and a bad gut shot. I guess what I've noticed though is that I never like delineate between. I never say a good gut shot, right? It's just a gut shot, and then it's the one on the bottom end that I call a bad gut shot. I don't know. I guess that's just something I'm particular about.
All right, Mallory's playing in the industry event. And I think we have a lot of, or at least a handful of TCH folks that are out there playing in the industry event.
Oh yeah. Best of luck to you, Mallory. And perhaps I will see you in the field for the Mystery Millions if you're playing that.
Check. Was that check? Check. Check, sir.
All right. Free turn card here. 5 of diamonds. Nick Skywalker now up and down. No longer relegated to the bad gut shot.
180 is that? Godzilla?
I
You
wish
have
we
a
had
black
the
chip
area
on your drink.
just to see it.
Carlos? You have a black chip on your drink.
Nick bets with the straight draw and gets it through.
Thank you so much.
Is there a way to put this game on one of these TVs or?
Which, those aren't
Those are not
TVs.
TVs.
What are they?
Just blackboard. I'm like,
I didn't get a good look. They look like
for a second I thought, wait.
The question you're asking, Rebel, is answered by the fact that McFish has his total showing minus 690, but it's really 2690. So there's another 2K
Realistically, they can only put on the TVs.
in the negative there. That'll make up the difference.
I think hand number 31, I was told it gets corrected, so.
We'll get
The stars in that TV.
Yeah, we're one hand away. Bear with us, Rebel. And Jedi, is there a good gut shot? Of course there is. It's the one where you improve to the nuts when you hit it.
That's above my page, right? 25.
Yeah, it's like the difference between having, you know, King Queen on a 10-9 board versus, you know, the 10-9 board with the 7-6, right? That 8 comes in. You've got 2 straights that beat you, and versus the King Queen, where if that Jack comes in, you've got the nuts, right? Like that's the difference. And I know you're sort of joking about the terminology, but there absolutely is a good gut shot versus a bad one.
Check. Check. Check.
All right, top pair here for Nick Skywalker up against the top for McFish. Whole lot of nothing there for anybody else, but it is another spade on the turn, Quadzilla, with the Jack of Spades, the Queen of Spades for JD, and it just doesn't matter because that King of Spades for McFish has got an absolute lockdown on this hand.
Yeah, what do you do if you're McFish and the 10 of spades rolls off on the river? You know, do you just like, well, I think I have the nuts, but
given what we saw earlier,
yeah. I mean, Z-World's not in the hand, so maybe he should, you know, think that young Jedi isn't going to get him again.
You want to change the TV? Give me the stars on this TV. And then, I don't know what's on this TV over here, but if you can get the New York Knicks basketball.
Call 225. Yeah.
Any cartoons for JD over there? You got money on the Knicks?
All right, 225 from Nick. McFish just calls here. As, yeah, his hand is like either way far ahead or like has a ton of equity.
All of it.
And it is the worst card in the deck, the offsuit Jack. And McFish is now like, wait, what?
I see it right there on that TV.
And this is a snap all in as well.
That's good eyesight.
But McFish finds the fold. He gets away from it, has an absolute hammerlock on this all the way until runner for the straight. And finds the fold. My goodness.
Yeah, that is a sick one. Well, not a good start there for our friend in the 8th seat, but see if he can't get it turned around. We're just an hour in to our 5-hour stream. OFC and Nick up at the top of our leaderboard so far through an hour of play.
Second time in my life.
You know where contacts are?
Huh?
You know where contacts are?
No, like, I mean, my sight's pretty good, but like some text, I'm like in the distance of it, like, do like the one I two, I like a little bit blurry, so like, maybe that's not good.
You can still see the guy on guy stuff.
Anyway.
10-10.
Still be my asset's fine.
Didn't even think about that.
2020 line, I couldn't
Yeah, well, it was just because of what we had in the system for the remaining chips. I think he just announced all in, but very funny Rebel.
I was good for 31, and then last year my eyesight started to go back.
Yeah, she's at a 40, like everybody's eyesight counter before, so there you go.
Ace King High, still good here for JD after the turn. The Super Brick Deuce of Diamonds.
You can explain it to him after the hand.
SeaWorld, happy to check behind, take a free river card, and no improvement. Should be another check, though, from JD, and with the one-liner to a straight out there.
125?
And that's a bet coming from a player we're not showing as even in the hand. That is Muskie.
Oh, yeah. I was like, where did those chips come from? There we go. All right. Muskie's going to win the hand somehow. The system says Z-World did, but we're going to do some correcting here.
This is just for like a Poker Atlas stuff.
And it'll all be okay.
Like for the list and...
Or I'm going to use my phone and fucking camera.
What's the point of these boards?
Yeah, the TV app.
They're for something. The cameras.
But as of right now, OFC looks to be our biggest winner and sitting on a stack up over 4K.
Well, there's McFish down 3K. Okay, that part got corrected. Z-World just won a little extra cheddar that didn't exist, but we'll get that one fixed. Well, you know what, John? I will tell Tika that you said that. Tika is indeed a cutie. I will let her know that somebody over in Belarus said that she's a cutie.
Polaris.
Yeah.
Polaris, Tennessee.
How much? 1,000? Seed 8 added 1,000. Yeah. So,
there you go. In the chat there's a link if you want to play on the stream that they do in Austin. Austin's had some fun streams here recently. They do 2-5 and sometimes 5-5-10 even, I think, Aaron, I've seen on the Austin stream. But there is a form right there in the chat you can fill out.
Yeah, so the game has really kind of started to become much more sort of rock solid as far as getting the lineup each and every week to make it run. We have had a couple of non-5-5 uncapped games here as of late. The last Wednesday was the ladies 2-5 stream, which was a big success.
It was.
Really great turnout for that one in the viewership, and it looked like the gals just had a great time. Mallory came down from Dallas, played that one.
As well as Rebecca, right? Rebecca Thompson was down there.
Exactly, yeah, and then a bunch of the local Austin area gals got in there and mixed it up, and it just, yeah, it was a really good time. So I think we'll be back to the 5-5 here soon, perhaps even tomorrow, but I'm not exactly sure, but certainly stay tuned if you're interested in watching some more mid-stakes that can turn into high stakes real quick, because it is uncapped, so a little bit different even than the games that we're used to here, Eric. That, I mean, it might be 5-5 and a smaller, you know, game in theory, but uncapped means it could turn into a real monster, you know, 5-5, 10, 20, 40 game real quick.
Nice.
Raise 75. Sorry. I don't make the rules.
Yeah, but the way you said it to him, I thought I was in trouble with that bullshit.
Nice.
Did it?
I was like, I know I'm on the watch out.
I was like,
I'm sorry, Mom.
He's in call 4.
I'm sorry. 75 on you, babe. Yeah.
Man, I'm looking at some pictures right now of Belruth, and it's beautiful. Might have to check that country out one day. Gorgeous.
Military, so I think
Yeah, maybe wait until things
Yeah.
settle down over there, but yeah.
Just go next door to Kiev.
Yeah. 75.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I bet
Because I don't have kids. so it's
flights
not
in
like I have
there
to monitor
relatively
it.
cheap.
I got that ex-wife voice.
Did you want insurance on that flight, sir?
All right, Muskie pumps it up a little, and everybody gets out of the way as no one has connected with the board.
They tell me I have a top knot too. That's crazy.
And that laugh, too.
Shut up.
Okay, motherfucker, you can find out.
Sir.
What is the poker like in Belarus? I mean, is it just a bunch of casinos,
Yeah.
or do you guys have card rooms? What is it like over there, John? I'm curious.
I was playing a little bit yesterday with a player that's been mostly in the Quebec area, living in Montreal and playing in some of the casinos there, talking about some of those just monstrous bad beat jackpots they've had. And of course, I know some of the casinos kind of close up there, like Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the Detroit area had a couple monster ones, but I think the biggest ever in North America was in a casino in Montreal. It was like $2 million bad beat jackpot that got hit, and they paid the entire room a portion of it as well.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Check.
I'm really not a fan of the room share at all, but
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool when the bad beat jackpots get that big. I know Colorado, after they sort of eased the restrictions on how much you could bet and really allowed the state to host actual real games of poker. I forget which one it was, but there was a room up there that had over $1 million in their bad beat jackpot, and those lists were insane.
I bet.
It was impossible to get into a game.
Probably Ameristar, I think, is the one up there.
I think you're right.
Yeah, because the year that I was in Denver and I would go up there, they still had the spread limit or whatever it's called. You could bet $100 or whatever and get raised 100 and back and forth, blah, blah. It was terrible. So I kind of just piddled around in a couple of cash games and played in some tournaments. They had like the Heartland Poker Series to go through there a little bit, but I was only there for about 7 months until this weird thing called COVID hit, and then there was no casino to play at. So, how fun they play Badoogie up there in Belarus. Yeah,
50, fold.
a lot of mixed games get played down here as well, and that's one of them. It's very popular.
Giuseppe has something to say about the government control there. My goodness, almost got arrested there. Damn. Well,
Hopefully
Yeah,
things
I
have
mean,
changed.
well, I mean, and it's always tricky too, right? It's like, I mean, if you're not from there, you have a different expectation of freedom and expression and different things, right? It's like, and you know, ideally, everyone on the planet sort of has a high level of liberty in my mind, anyways. But yeah, it is. It can definitely be culture shock. It's like I remember that when I flew into Singapore
Yeah.
from Malaysia, and the flight attendants walked around and handed us these little pamphlets that were like, "This is no joke. You do not want to mess around here. Like, do not have drugs. Do not, you know, engage in any of these illegal activities, or you will be put to death." Like, that's a pretty big culture shock coming from a place in America where, like, it's going to take a lot for you to get put to death. Not there.
Where you can walk into a store in Southern California and just walk out with a handful of goods and not even get chased out. Like, yeah, a little different world. Well, sorry to steal your thunder, OFC. He just took down a nice pot with a big 3-bet with my favorite pocket pair, the 2 black queens. Showed it to the table. Said, "I'm not messing around, boys." I do remember, though, since you spoke of Singapore, because I really wanted to visit there too, but the guy that got flogged for engaging in graffiti, I think, there in Singapore, and he got his literal ass whooped with a stick because of what he did in Singapore. So they definitely take things pretty seriously down there.
Yeah.
Don't worry, John. We that's about as political as we'll ever get here. Every place has its own issues, no doubt. We do right here as well.
Yeah, that's the truth. But, we got a bet of 75. Z World going to continue full-blown float with the queen high, and it's still best after we get to this ace on the river. OFC going to need to find another bet, but does not. And Z World gets to show down the queen high.
The nuts.
I thought I was good with the board. I swear to God.
They're drawing dead, Harvey says. No need for a straight flush. We're just getting it done with Queen of Hearts.
You guys still posting while he's doing it, right?
He still depends why.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a lot of poker players right now playing at TCH Dallas that are in from Portugal and a few other European countries. So a lot of folks are enjoying the summer here and playing some poker. One of them came in. They all hung out at a swimming pool. I think their Airbnb the other day. And he was just, I mean, head to toe fried when we had a real sunny, you know, like 100-degree day. And we were just like, wow. He was like, this damn Texas heat. He's like, I forgot my sunscreen. I'm like, yeah, it can get pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, the sun will cook you anywhere, but it's, yeah, especially when like the only place that you can be outside here in Texas for 4 months out of the year is like in or around a swimming pool. You really got to be on top of your sunscreen application. That is for sure.
Oh, I've definitely gotten my little ass burned in Vegas during the summers too. With that sun right on top of you in those pools, you're just like having a blast, enjoying the party scene out there at the pool. And sunscreen, who needs that?
Yeah. The dangerous part is like thinking that, oh, you know, I'll get a little bit of sun now, and then I'll put the sunscreen on after like half an hour. You know, like let me get the nice little tan or whatever, then I'll put the sunscreen on, and then you grab a couple of Mai Tais, you meet somebody, you start hanging out, and yeah, before you know it, it's 2 hours in, and you never did apply, and you're cooked.
Yeah. At least once a year, I forget that I was not blessed with any melanin, and I turn into a lobster, and I regret it immediately.
I'll see your angles.
All right, Quadzilla here bets and calls the raise from Spooky with the bad gut shot backdoor diamonds. Quadzilla just the bottom pair of sevens, and it's another overcard here. Jack 10 gets there, but check, spooky.
Hello.
Yeah, he does the little pump fake and doesn't need to bet because he drills the river.
Bink City. How about a straight for spooky? No pair, don't care. I'm just going to get there.
500.
Are you a rapper?
They call it flow. Just comes naturally. Also my favorite waitress, Flo. We do appreciate the subscription there, John, and the kind words. And you are welcome to come in Dallas and hang out, or down in Austin at the TCH social location and play some poker and meet us. We definitely have some great tournament series that go on throughout the year at all of our TCH locations. So that'd be a great time to come in because those cash games get pretty fun. But man, our rooms are really doing great across the state of Texas. We have 6 locations in Texas. 1 in Austin, 2 up here in the DFW area, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Houston has 2 locations, Houston proper, Spring, and then of course we have the Rio Grande Valley down in South Texas. But man, it's popping pretty much any day of the week. You come in, and I don't care what time of the day, there's going to be games running. Knit game is started. Well, Mr. Brandon Wilkins is still around, but we finally got it going, brother.
If there's 4 people left, it'll be like $100 for whoever.
Oh, that's the ruling now?
Yeah, that's good.
So they're doing $50 per person, so $400 for the splash pot. Either
you pay 1/4 of the 400.
2 of those for 200 or 1 for 4.
There
you go. McFish getting after it here with a 10-8 of diamonds. He would love to just get rid of this knit button right off the bat. But he's going to get some resistance from Muskie.
Heads up, though, that's really what you want when you have this sort of holding. It's like you can probably go up against one player in position. They're going to brick or, you know, maybe flop some kind of draw that you could eventually get to fold. And indeed, he's just going to get this through right on the flop, shows down the 10-8, and he's already out of the knit game. Let's go. Are you in an apartment or you got a house? Or?
Yeah, I'm in an apartment rental. I've been in the same spot for, God, it's going on 4.5 years, longest I've ever been in one spot.
Okay, you guys have a pool, like a nice.
We do. We have two pools, super nice. One of them overlooks a really nice pond. Yeah, they're nice.
Cool, man. Yeah, that's. I live in a little bit smaller kind of complex. We just have the one pool, and but what I like about it is that we don't have like the big courtyard pool where it's just like the huge building all surrounding, with all the windows looking in on it. Like I really like that kind of setup. Ours is like big separate buildings, all kind of spaced out. You have your outside door. You're not walking through a labyrinth of corridors to get to your door. But anyways, yeah, it's nice having the pool and being able to go out there, grill on the patio and stuff during the summertime. But let's get back to this hand here real quick because Z-World is about to run into it. Nick Skywalker, probably the most active player at the table, waking up with the birds. And min-click raising, though, this is a little bit suspect, perhaps. I mean, it just doesn't matter because Z-World has ace-king, so, forget about the sizing. But we have the knit game on. Like, if you're going to 3-bet somebody,
he's killing me, dude.
Size up, make it look like you've got, some bullshit, right?
Yeah, does the guy immediately to your left really have the birds when you have ace-king? He can't, can he?
I don't know. I mean, I think Z-World's just cooked here, but anytime you face this min-click in a spot where, like, the obvious bet size is significantly larger, it really starts to raise your turtle eyebrows.
I'd rather watch the knit game.
You heard it there first, folks. Turtles have eyebrows.
Your internal eyebrows. It raises your turtle eyebrows.
I was like, dude, I'm talking to a nuclear physicist here. He knows what he's talking about. Oh, and we get a jam and a snap call.
He just moved here.
Yeah,
Ruh-roh.
he just can't help it. It's just a consequence of the cards, but yeah.
You run so bad, Zach.
I bet Zach flopped for this time.
McFish over there saying, you run so bad, Zach.
Well, he is drawing dead on the first run out. They're going to go twice, so there's another shot at some kings or some kind of funky straight.
Can we get some spades?
Wow, cooked.
Can we get 3/4? Yo, we're cooked. Absolutely cooked.
And just like that, Nick Skywalker up over 6,500, gets rid of the nit button, and as easy as it was to win with the straight flush for Z-World on hand number 3, this was the easiest win of Nick Skywalker's career, given these super dusty flops.
Well, and you mentioned it too, right? The most active player at the table, you know, min clicks you. You know, he's just got to be up to something here. Nit game just got started. I mean, talk about a setup.
Yeah, and I'm not saying at all that like you should have seen through this and somehow like played a smaller pot or whatever, right? Like Ace King is just so strong that you're just gonna you're gonna 4-bet like 100% of the time if you're Zach or someone who plays like Zach, right?
Yeah.
You know, we saw OFC just like call an open earlier, and you could do that sort of stuff from time to time, but Zach is just not the player that's going to do that. So, yeah, it's just a consequence of the hand. Too strong.
Yeah. Nastiness.
I will say that, you know, whether we had been able to see those cards or not, you know, the nit game is on, right? Let's say that you look down at something like the Queen 9 suited, and you're going to 3-bet somebody and try to punk them and get rid of your nit button. Are you ever going to min-click them? You're just not going to do it. You're going to 3x them, or you're going to at least 2.5x them or something, right? It is a 3-bet, so maybe you don't have to go with
That made me tingle a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Full size, whatever. It's, I don't know, kind of crazy.
All right, regular sir tuned in just in time to see those pocket rockets. Welcome from the Twitch. You also tuned in just in time to find out that turtles have eyebrows. We're gonna use that the shit out of that one, Aaron, because that was fun.
Turtle, the in-turtle eyebrows.
We're raised.
Yes.
Raise your turtle eyebrows. Tony Ferguson, what's up, brother? Giving a shout out to Aaron Mack, and he's calling me Eric Van Ripper now. I appreciate that. Been called a lot worse.
A whole bunch of Broadway cards represented. It's going to be 2 players flopping top pair. Jack kicker besting the 10 kicker. But we're going to check through. And a king on the turn gives Z-World a little piece, but the Jack of Spades for McFish is working in a real big way. However, he did lose a hand in almost an identical spot earlier. Will it run out as bad for him this time?
It's hard when they got playoff games. 2 different sports at the same time. They got 4 TVs for the whole half.
And it was the ace-10 of clubs that he lost to the last time, too. God forbid this be a 10 of hearts or a 10 of diamonds right here. Okay, it's not.
Oh, yeah. Talk about a feel-good card for McFish.
You have the nuts.
Check.
Oh my fucking God.
Somebody else is excited in the room. You can tell poker is alive in our room.
Oh, that was incredible. That guy's turtle eyebrows were real raised.
Oh, yeah.
Real raised.
Sounded like he was happy enough to where something else got raised. Winning big pots out there, maybe the PLO game, I bet. B-Rock Van Halen. I like that one as well.
$25 shadow.
So yeah, a lot of knit buttons still out there. McFish and our 3-seat, only two to have gotten rid of theirs so far. Yeah, thanks again for y'all reminding everybody, smash that like button and hit subscribe if you're enjoying watching some Tuesday night cash stream poker. If you subscribe, you'll get notifications when our other towns have the streams popping up. You'll get reminders, and of course you can always go back and watch some previous streams.
Yeah, there's such an incredible wealth of valuable information here on TCH Live. Like, you literally could take someone who has never played this game at a highly competitive level, maybe just like splashed around at home game or a little 1-2 here and there, and just like go back and watch every Tuesday night stream for the last like 2 years and pay attention to how the best players are playing, what decisions they're making, what hand combinations they're using. The information's all there. It's all just free on the internet. It's incredible.
Absolutely. I was asked at the table the other day, you know, do you feel like as a commentator you learn a lot? You know, I'm like, well, yeah, man. I'm watching and I'm getting to do play-by-play and seeing, you know, different players do different things. You know, I mean, obviously we talk a lot about, you know, you can learn what to do, what not to do, but anytime you can watch, you know, this game and get, you know, a bird's eye view of what guys are doing with different hand combinations, you know, there's something to be learned.
Sammy picks up 2 pair on the turn. Z-World floats with the wheel draw and ace high, and we're headed towards a chop if Z-World can find the call. Both flush draws have missed, so not an unreasonable spot for a hero call here, but also the size here, 375, very small, right? Like, why are you betting so small? Like, do you just have like pocket 5s or pocket 6s that you're actually block betting here in position? Like, that doesn't make, or out of position. But Z-World, of course, is going to make the call here, and we will chop this one up.
Chop it up.
Chop it up. 3 pair, no good.
All right, John over there in Belarus, he's gonna watch the stream for 2 years, learn, and come to Dallas. Let's go. Don't forget your turtle eyebrows. You're gonna need those.
I've got a lot of turtles around my pond, and I'm gonna go try to pick one up and see if they've recently had their eyebrows done.
Bladed, man.
Bladed, that's the new thing.
Bladed turtle eyebrows. Let's go.
Almost was a good bet.
Was that BTE?
Yeah. Hashtag.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten turtle, Aaron?
I wanted to. I'm very adventurous when it comes to food. Like, I love trying new stuff, but I don't think I've ever really had an opportunity. Like, I've had alligator down in Louisiana and a few other things that, you know, kind of were a little bit off the beaten path, but I don't think I've ever really had an opportunity to eat turtle. I can't remember ever eating it.
Yeah, and I can't remember if I have or not either, but
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of turtles in Texas. I'm just not sure if it's a thing, really, to go and like harvest them and eat them.
Right.
I imagine that it is, because pretty much anytime there's like an abundant wildlife resource, people are going to want to harvest it for food. But
yeah, I wouldn't have the beginning knowledge of how you would prepare it. I watched a video the other day that was quite wild. This is what made me think of it, of a turtle and rabbit dish that was made together. Quite the combo. The tortoise and the hare cooked together.
Got them both. They
Got them
both
both.
lost
They
the
both
race.
lost the race.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, they definitely lost that one. And hello, Chen. What's going on, my man? Dr. Chen. Are you dealing later tonight, Chen? One of our faves. John let us know turtles are a delicacy over in Belarus.
How do you prepare it?
Yeah.
Deep fry?
Turtles in a half shell.
Turtle power. Let's go.
Oh, man. Who knows? But yeah, our neighbors to the east over in Louisiana, if it swims, if it crawls, or if it flies, they'll eat it. All right, we're going to see the Chin Master.
We are also going to see a flop in a 3-bet pot. No connection for JD. But all things considered, a pretty good-looking flop here, as JD will have some King Jack and some Ace Jack that'll go for a 3-bet from time to time, perhaps even a Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, but this is not the kind of board that you go folding nines to a single bet. JD will get to see this turn for the low price of 250 and likely have an option of checking the turn to see a free river card. Always the benefit of betting your overcards on a flop like this. Or he can just continue barreling, right? I mean, him and Spooky quite deep, SPR over 2. He could definitely fire again with plans of just jamming the river with the pure naked ace bluff, given the fact that it'll be really hard for Spooky to call it all off on a jack high board.
And they've reviewed it. Yeah, they still can't fucking get it straight.
They can't review it because they didn't call the penalty. They called it, then they got together and said.
And the thing here is to try to balance, right? Like sometimes you just give up and you take your free river card, and if you brick, you just check back or fold to your opponent's bet. And some of the time you triple it off.
They do.
JD here setting up the triple.
So what we have to do is step up our 5-on-7 game.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know if that bad. It's probably 5-on-6.
5-on-6.
And now it becomes uncomfortable, right? Spooky not just worried about the jacks in JD's range, but also, of course, the overpairs. Much scarier. And JD does push it through.
You have to show till the next game is on?
We only show until, just to get rid of your name.
Well played, JD. Let's go.
Let's go.
You don't want to remind
And
me.
I think that hand right there shows the power of not giving up with your overcards. So many of us will c-bet the flop, not improve, and then just like sort of give up and take that free river card at a very high frequency, if not 100%. And that makes you pretty easy to play against, because it's like if you have that middling pair, you call once, and then you get to showdown, unless like an ace or a king comes into that, right? Like you're just gonna win. So you need to have both gears, and JD showing exactly why that gear is important. Doesn't even have to triple, just 2 bets done.
I reminded you. Raise 75. Vote.
All right, it's going to bug the ever-living shit out of me. I need to know what that hat is that Skywalker over there is rocking. It looks like he's got that same logo on his tattooed on his forearm. So whoever wants to do the research and find out who the rebels are on his hat, help a brother out. I need to know.
150 is bet.
Top pair and a gut shot here.
You warmed up?
Carlos will make the call, and this board gets a little bit better for Sammy as he does pick up the nut flush draw, but really tough to continue repping anything on this board as the pre-flop aggressor, but he is going to continue with foot on the gas.
Tonight has been the night of the backdoor flush. See if another one comes in here. Does not.
Yeah, Carlos makes the call again. Another black card, the Jack of Clubs. Changes nothing, though. It is an overcard, of course, but honestly, if Sammy hits this Jack, I think he's going to check at nearly 100%. So if he decides to bet again, I think Carlos can be pretty sure that he didn't just get wrecked by a higher pair on the river. It's going to be more like his opponent already had a set, already had a straight, already had 2 pair, or he's just got the best hand, and Carlos does make the correct call.
Yeah, curious if you noticed that too. Players will do different things. You know, visual tells are so tricky. When a player, the way that he bet that, he kind of put it out in the middle right in front of Carlos. The bet just kind of threw it out there. I don't know if that was in Carlos's head at all. It's always interesting when a player bets kind of at you or towards you. You know, what it means. Sometimes it feels a little bluffy, but I think Carlos's hand was a little too strong there to let go. Like you mentioned, a Jack's probably going to check, take that to showdown value, so great call there by Carlos, but I wondered if anybody else noticed the way that Sammy bet those chips, kind of put them across his body right out in the middle towards Carlos.
Interesting.
Carlitos changed his name. Yeah, he's now Quadzilla.
Playing the last thing, this game all juiced up.
It hasn't stuck yet. We keep calling him by his given name.
Raise 150. Fold.
The fucking puck on the net. Jesus, with the little fucking passes. Ballerinas out there.
Loose call. You don't got your hip on either, right?
No.
Carlos angry at Dallas Stars right now, looks like. I've not checked
Now I
our
figured out
score.
who you remind me of. Jesus H. Christ.
Who's that?
Larry fucking Bird.
Yeah, they said that in the live stream.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
we sure as hell did. And Muskie wore a Larry Bird jersey one night to
Hey, Bird, we should talk about it.
even go
Most
into
underrated best shit talking.
character. He does indeed look like he could be a
I don't know if it's
brother or
30
cousin
or
of
one those shows really
the great one, Larry Bird.
Skyfall.
Call.
Can't unsee it once you get a look at Muskie here in a bit. He definitely has a little Larry Bird in him.
Check.
Tell you all blind.
Dice poker, don't you know?
Just hoping they have that dice in their hand. Third bet.
Say 80. I need more than that.
Yeah, that's only.
Okay, we'll take this one. This is acceptable.
Fair enough.
I was trying to be funny and I realized I'm not so funny.
80 is Vote.
And the weirdest hand of the day goes to.
I had a pair, I clicked you. I didn't have any out. No pair, no draw.
Thank you, thank you.
No pair, no draw.
Push the button.
Nick continues a little run good over there. He's up 3.3K. Our big winner so far through just under 2 hours. Again, it's a Tuesday night live stream if you're just joining us. 5, 5, 10, no limit hold'em. Great lineup here put together by the Mal Pal, Miss Mallory. If you're interested in getting on one of our streams, that is who you get a hold of.
About to come in? Are you
She's
adding on?
tuned in our chat a little bit earlier. She's out in Vegas right now playing in the industry game,
64 added on 60.
the World Series of Poker.
160.
Shout out to all our friends and colleagues that are out there in Vegas. Hope y'all all come back with some big bucks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and a local Austin dealer, Lang, final tabled that event last year. I think busted out something like 5th or 6th place. Still had a tidy payday. It was like 30K or something like that. So, you know, very reasonable to go out there, final table the event, win it, you know, and make a lot of money as, you know, participant in the industry tournament.
Yeah, so
That's nice.
check.
Fuck out of here. That bullshit.
Nick and Spooky both flopping king high with a gut shot. The king of spades here on the turn for Spooky does give him some additional equity, but the king 9 high
250 is it.
is working.
Call 250.
And how about another backdoor flush? Nut variety.
Anyone care?
Whole lot of nothing there for Nick. No spade in hand. It is a little bit tough for him to get to this river with an unpaired hand. So why not take a shot at it?
No, I don't think so. I think wintergreen is green.
Take one down, pass it around.
Spooky here, really trying to sell that this raise that's incoming is maybe a bluff.
How can you drink water after putting gummy in your mouth? I feel like it makes it taste better.
Spooky mucking his hand face down is not going to get rid of his nip button.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Ruh-roh.
And he doesn't even seem like, oh,
Oh.
now
There it is. That was like the longest slow roll ever from the other players.
Yeah.
Just nobody said a word, and then they all just kind of stared at him. And then he grabbed it to throw it in and was like, shit.
Nope.
Come on, Spook.
Happens to the best of us.
Nice hand. I think
Oh man, now that's a feeling that sucks. So we played the Nick game in my local Deuce 7 single draw game, and yeah, quite regularly does someone muck a hand and then realize what they've done and feel, you know, rather irritated at themselves. We had a situation last week though that was like the most annoying, which was player wins the hand, mucks the cards towards the dealer, but then the dealer was like distracted a little bit and just kind of like slowly gathering the cards while I think maybe talking to the chip runner or something that was bringing like you know, filling the well. The cards that the player had mucked were like very clearly, you know, separated from the muck. They were right there, easily retrievable, and they caught it themselves before, you know, everyone's waiting for this hand to get mucked so that they don't lose the nip button, and then they realize it and expose the hand. So we were all like, "Ah, oh, come on, man! He already mucked it." Like,
yeah, I don't know why I keep doing 140. It is 340.
But if you can turn it over before it gets actually mucked, then it's still
I
fair
don't know
play.
why I saw that as 150.
All right, so this hand's been 3-bet by Spooky, and now McFish waking up with the tanks. He had to let go an ace-queen earlier to a big 3-bet. That was from Muskie. He is going to come along, though.
Call 340?
I had to get the bet sizing right. Spooky put in a little bit too small of a bet, and 340 is the amount.
I understand the desire, I'll call it, to call with the tens. It really puts you in a rough spot. Yes, you're in position, but you're gonna see a lot of overcard flops like this one, and it's just one card. So like, did they hit it? Did they not? You never know.
And you also
No, I don't think. Did you get it? I don't think we did. Oh, yeah. No.
And the worst part would have been putting in the 345 and then having Muskie bomb it all in, and you have to fold if Spooky continues.
Yeah, these are often predicaments you get yourself in here with the middling pairs. That one overcard comes, and you're just like, God, did they really have that card? But a 3-bet and a continue, and you're just going to give it to them.
Spooky gets redemption immediately.
Spikes it down. All right, well, Jedi, thank you. Jedi Master Ted, of course, would know this with a name like Jedi Master. The hat is the Rebel Alliance and the logo tattooed on Mr. Nick Skywalker's arm. I've seen all the Star Wars movies, and I honestly, if you asked me right now to tell you what they are about, I couldn't tell you. I literally don't know anything. I just watch, and I've forgotten. I couldn't tell you what any of those movies are about. But evidently, the Rebel Alliance is a stateless coalition of rebel dissidents and defectors who oppose the Galactic Empire and its authoritarian rule. Well, I like them already, just based off that description.
That's right.
But yeah, thank you, Jedi Master Ted, for letting me know, because it was killing me knowing what that hat was that Nick is wearing. It is the Rebel Alliance. You are a savior, Jedi. I will buy you a beverage if and when I ever do what I say and come down to Austin, TCH Social, and run into you, my man.
Yeah. All right, dealer change. Time for a PLO flip. And Malpow here in the chat says Busto first buy-in, but she's back in it. She's going to bag this thing. Let's go.
John really stepping up his game. He's won an interview from the previous dealer.
We did. Everybody in?
Brett Schaefer joining us as well, saying, come on, Zach. Another Castro fan, Z-World. We have had a stream before where it was indeed Z-World. Everybody else was just living in it, so we'll see if he can get back that magic that he did indeed start on hand number 3 tonight.
Yeah, had that incredible start, doubled up immediately, and has since gone into reverse, running the ace-king into the aces in that huge hand against Nick Skywalker.
I am looking, I believe, at the nuts, straight ahead.
3-5 is straight.
Carlos will not be denied this time.
No, no.
He had the trip 8s on the last board, but this time
shall not be denied.
He's gonna take it all.
That's a nice hand. 3-5, 7.
I'm sorry, I should have said 3-5 is enough. Carlos would have just
That's the hand you want when it's 5-way on the table. That's the hand you want to get in with.
I feel like I just got to start over and start watching from the beginning, the original Star Wars, because I just realized I don't know anything about those movies. I watched them all.
No, you understand.
Couldn't tell you a thing.
I've never seen it. I like it.
Princess Leia, Han Solo.
I mean, I know the names, right? But if you said, give me a synopsis, give me the cliff notes of what Star Wars is about, I couldn't tell you.
Wow, you're a disgrace.
I know.
Back to the lab, Eric.
Back to the lab.
They're gully, yeah, they'll either blank some or he gives it 4 or 5.
You got rid of the net button, right?
Sammy here, ace king once again, has his nip button. This is a fantastic spot for him.
He's got a 1K chip as well.
And OFC here on the button. His hand is pretty trash and it's a big raise, so I understand the fold, but with the nip button, every once in a while you might play that one in position just to kind of see,
That's the other thing. Stars will give up the first go.
you know, you can connect with the board and have your opponent slow down something, pick up a pot. But ace king shown, Sammy out of the Nick game, and just like that, we're down to 3: Muskie, Z World, and OFC.
Now, shout out again to Tika, our dealer that was in before. Now we got another T. We got Tiffany joining us. She's been mixing it up as well on the felt, not just as a dealer, but likes to play in some tournaments and a little PLO. Shout out to Miss Tiff there.
Three bet here from JD. McFish open and makes the call with the ace queen suited, and both players will connect. This looks like a board that should favor JD, so even though he has the third pair, he is going to continue at nearly 100%, if not 100%. And improving to top 2 now is McFish. Drawing to a single out is JD, but really no point now in betting again with the bottom pair, one would suspect. And JD does not improve. So McFish here will finish with the best hand, 820 in the middle. And after the check back on the turn, it's really sort of his pot to build. JD will ponder his opponent's bluffing range for just a moment longer before he folds this. But I mean, you do always wonder, sort of like, what would my opponent ever bluff here, right? Just trying to figure it out, take a little bit of time in the moment. What would even make sense, right? It's just nothing. There's literally nothing.
Nice hand there for McFish. He's now inching his way back, closer to being even.
Yeah, let's look at some inventory here. Skywalker Nick here, still up the most. Has taken a little bit of a hit from his peak, but still sitting pretty healthy, up over a buy-in.
Good. Try it again. Try it again one more time. Sorry. Thank you. That's good. Thanks. Right at 100.
Ace queen now for Nick. Carlos. Carlos is Carlos.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be Quadzilla anymore. I guess he didn't get quads, so he's like, all right, forget about
Change
this
it.
moniker.
And hello, diamonds.
Yeah. We had the 9 high straight flush on hand number 3. Here we are, hand number 51. Can we find the 9 of diamonds on the turn for the 10 high straight flush? Spooky here, top pair. He will continue.
Needs some miracles, and there's the start of it.
Wow. very likely just a card that is going to get Spooky in trouble, but yeah, he's got options. 30% of the time, he will improve to a full house.
325.
Or even quads, as the 7 of hearts is still available.
Oh, wouldn't that be gross if he's the one that gets the quads?
325 the bet from Carlos, and Spooky makes the call once again to a river. King of clubs, no boat. Carlos is safe. And this is a good run out, right? Like, you feel like your opponent may have a 7 at some frequency and is unlikely to have a full house, right? Like 7-6, the only real rational combo. 7-6 clubs, 7-6 of hearts.
Bet 650.
Of course, we see Spooky in there with the full-blown blackjack hand, 7-4 offsuit, so he was defending pretty wide from the straddle, but 650 gonna be really tough to fold. I mean, Carlos can just have like 8-9, any of the gut shots. He can have Ace X with the Ace of Diamonds. Whether or not you give Carlos credit for all of these bluffs, right? Like, you just can't be folding a 7. And
Yeah, absolutely.
he's gonna pay it off.
Way too good of a price there.
I'm prime for that 9 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Spooky puts 650 in there, and Carlos, not Quadzilla,
Thanks. You the
gonna chip up to over 6K.
There you go. Nice hand, nice hand. So we got Muskie, seat 1 and seat 2, OFC, and Z World still with those knit buttons.
Oh, that man.
Most of the time, Eric, we pick our horse.
We
for
do.
Losing the knit button when they're down to heads up. Let's do it while there's 3 of them. What do you think?
All right. I'm going with OFC. He's going to lose the knit game. That's my pick.
I'll take Muskie.
All right.
Rate 100.
I said the snap call, dude. Didn't even think about it.
Race.
I chose poorly.
Right out the gate with 2 red queens. Hammers it for 275.
Heads up.
He's gonna
Nick call.
he's gonna look him up. Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, it is an ace on the board, but Muskie not slowing down. And even with the king of spades, Nick is just out of there. All right.
If there was any Taco Bell owed, it is no longer owed, Aaron.
Oh, I don't know about that. OFC hasn't lost yet.
This is true.
DC World. And we didn't make that wager, a part of the wager, so I don't know, man. I'm still expecting a delicious meal from Taco Bell, sir.
Wow, and look at that. McFish is the knit tonight. Spooky is the loose aggressive player so far. Z World, even though he got stuck in that really nasty spot, ace king versus aces, it's kind of right there in the middle where
Shadow 50.
a lot of players want to be, playing a good variety of different styles there.
250. Thank you.
Wow, McFish, ace 10 of diamonds. He's just out of there.
Yeah, absolutely, John. The knit game, you know, you saw all the players were given one of those red knit buttons, and you cannot get rid of your knit button until you win a hand, and you have to show your hand, whether it goes to showdown or not, once you win the hand. That's why we laughed earlier when Spooky forgot to show his hand. He had to hang on to that knit button. And then the last player holding one of those knit buttons is required to pay a penalty. In this case, it's $50 a person or $400 that they will put into a splash pot once the game is over. They do have a chance to win their money back. Obviously, they will be dealt a hand, but it's just a way to kind of get players to not be nits and play a little bit more, wide range of hands. We'll get back to this one as JD is flopped a set here and has Skywalker in the Rebel Alliance betting into him.
Yeah, and JD with such a brilliant hand on the flop. Jack 5 deuce, super disconnected, rainbow flop. A little bit more connected here on the turn, 7 of hearts coming in. So I suspect we see the check raise now, given the fact that there's only one street remaining, needs to seize the betting lead. And with a little bit more connectivity out there, a little bit less inclined to just sort of check and give your opponent rope. So yeah, here comes the check raise to 1500, and Nick was just kind of hoping, I guess, just I don't know what calls the flop and then folds the turn outside of like ace 5, 6 5, maybe like king 5 suited. It's a very narrow range of hands that have a 5 in it, because the jack is never folding, and I don't even think like pocket 8s or anything are folding to like a less than 1/3 pot size bet. So yeah, a little bit ambitious there, double barreling the bottom pair, but JD super nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. Had to feel good there. Exactly.
I'm gonna sit you with the 800. I was like, I should click him back. Click me earlier.
He's gonna hit him with a click back, he said. All right, still down to just the 1 seat and the 2 seat remaining. Trying to get rid of those nit buttons and avoid paying that $400 penalty.
And Zach knows exactly where he's at here. Puts on the double straddle.
Absolutely.
Not about to give OFC the opportunity to have a last action pre-flop. And it's brilliant, right? Like it's not that hard to recognize, but players that don't naturally care to straddle, or certainly to like put on a double straddle, will miss these spots. But like, yeah, 100% you need to be double straddling here to secure last action pre-flop.
Raise to 300.
A little bit dangerous here from McFish, raising into both the nit button players with these suited connectors, as you are going to get some resistance at a pretty high clip, just not this time. Once OFC is out of there, Z World can kind of fold and not worry about it, and McFish just gets it through. Let's go.
Jack, where are the big Burberry glasses? I brought some too. I was hoping you brought yours. I was gonna, not Burberry, but
Yeah, Zach's not rocking those fancy glasses he likes to wear on stream tonight. Might have to pull those out.
yeah, or not so straight. Matching Burberry glasses?
50 to caution.
No, I don't have matching ones. I just brought Thank you.
You should do sunglasses then.
Fancy sunglasses.
JD, 7 deuce game not going, and good thing for him, as Carlos has chosen that limping is pimping with the aces.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, not gonna be good for our friend here in the 1 seat. OFC is waking up with what he perceives as a premium, trying to get rid of that nit button. Ace Jack.
Yeah, and let's see what Z World wakes up with.
the Ocho Stinko.
Yeah, I think thankfully for him, didn't look at 8-7. I mean, the added little wrinkle here is that we're sort of used to playing 5-10 and a quarter, where the nit penalty is 800. And since we're playing 5-5-10 tonight, the nit penalty is 400, so it's much less severe. Once OFC raises to 400, right? Like, that's literally what you would lose if you lose the nit game. Don't get involved with a garbage hand. Just, you know.
OFC says, nah, bro. I know what you're doing.
That's how you nick games. That's how you nick games.
Thank you.
Yeah, Carlos pumping it up there, but loses his fish.
That's my best hand.
What's going on, Mighty Hammer?
Keep the chance for a boy.
Not calling OFC a fish, of course, but, you know, an allegory or whatnot.
Oh, so that one coming from a mile.
Fish on the hook.
Mighty Hammer, join us. Remind me where you are right now. I saw that you were traveling again. I saw you rocking that skateboard, man, doing some tricks that I would die if I tried to do. I haven't done those tricks since I was probably 12, so
I didn't see
Mighty Hammer was doing some fakies and some kick flips and a little grinding. It was impressive. It was impressive.
Were you consistently able to do a kickflip as a kid?
Kickflip, no, but some of the other tricks was definitely into doing. I remember the first time I tried to drop in on a full-size half pipe, and I did drop in quite hard.
Yeah,
right onto my shoulder.
that sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a much better longboarder than I was a short skater, but yeah, I struggled with the kickflip. I definitely landed a few of them in my day, but was not able to do it consistently. But yeah, I could hit the bowls pretty decently, and the half pipe was all right.
All right, Mighty Hammer's up there in Wisconsin. Any big hailstorms up there? I know you've been chasing hail. Here we go, though. The knit button game, the battle is going right now.
And you're not getting any Taco Bell because OFC here is going to river 2 pair. That is not the Queen of Clubs. That is an 8.
8, that's right.
And Z-World does pick up a pair, but this is a pretty uncomfortable spot to be in. Betting full pot on the river, and Z-World with a pretty dusty bluff catcher here.
Yeah, that is the 8 on the river there. Not the queen.
Yeah, and the question you have to ask yourself is, like, does OFC ever turn a 9 into a bluff and I just lose to a bluff right here? But he's going to pay it off. And there we go. OFC wins the knit game. Z-World loses the knit game. He's going to have to sponsor the splash.
400? Yeah.
400. He's like, damn it. I'm feeling for I almost called him Z-Fish. Shout out to Z-Fish wherever you are tonight. Hopefully watching his boys. But yeah, Z-World having such a strong start. And it just reminds me of a couple sessions where I had either a straight flush and like quads. Like I was getting like those just super nutted hands and was like, oh, my night is just going to be on. I'm going to take over the table tonight. It's just going to be one of those just kick-ass nights. And you get stacked like a few hands in, just you know, just the luck stops, and you're like, how do I tell this story now about my quads and my straight flush when I end up not having a good night at all? You just feel like it's going to be your night when you start so hot, and sometimes poker just be like that.
Yeah. No, that's the truth, man. It's a tough game. It rarely goes just like start to finish, wire to wire, just like hot. But I will tell you, man, I have been having a good number of sessions that start off the opposite, where you're just like instantly stuck a buy-in, and then maybe even 2, and sticking with it and grinding my way out of the hole and coming away with a profit by the end of the night. So,
yeah,
you know.
Those are definitely, for me, too, I think the much more common variety where I get stuck early on, but then it's just like, you know, stock market crash, and it's all the way up from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the game is just so up and down, right? Like, and you're looking at such a narrow snapshot of like, how many hands did you play today? 200? Like 250, 300? Like, how long was your session? How many hands could you really get in? And, you know, there's no statistical significance to that, right? Like, up and down and all around, who knows what's going to happen.
Carlos got to take that one down. Takes that free 400, courtesy of Z-World losing the knit game. They'll probably wait an orbit or so before they get those knit buttons back out. Hopefully we'll get a few more of those. That was a pretty fun one.
Yeah, it lasted quite a while, too.
It really did. And then, of course, the start was the big ace-king versus aces battle between Z-World and Nick.
Not here in 2 days. I'm here Thursday.
Yeah, and Nick has really dropped from his peak there. He was up to, you know, 6K plus, and now down under 4K, so has suffered some damage in the last orbit.
Yeah, I think it was, what, three and a half or so K in profit there for a minute. Z-World has added on, though. He's going to take on these big stacks. He's got 6,600 in his stack now.
Big whiff here all around. Ace high, the best hand. So check through to a jack on the river. Still no pairs. And what do you know? Ace high. Super nuts.
That's got to feel good. You just turn it over and everybody throws their cards in. Yeah, Mighty Hammer telling us that those sessions will make you hard as nails. That is for sure. I flopped an ace-high flush the other day and ended up rivering the lovely royal flush. Got paid $25 or $30, I think, total in that hand. And the next two hands, the player that I just flopped the royal on stacked me. Top pair, or top two for me, and bottom set for her, and the money went in. I was like, yeah, cool story. Got a royal flush tonight, guys, and got felted the hand later.
Yeah.
No TCH bonus. You know, it's not like at a casino where they're like, oh, you got a royal, here comes $1,000 and a new hat.
Yeah, and a $2 drop every single hand.
Yeah.
Thank God for none of that.
Well,
crap.
thank God for that, but yeah, none of that.
I know what you mean, though. Like, when you
Right.
make the big hand, you're like, oh, I wish they were taking a drop every hand, and I would have won this money. But
just for this one time, exactly.
yeah, every other time, get that drop out of here.
Instead, I got a high five and felt it. What's going on, Sassy?
All right, Muskie taking this one down with a 3-bet.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, the button move is on him. Thanks. No, it's on him. It's on him. C3.
All right, still got a little bit of time to register for this even bigger one tournament here in Dallas. The second flight going on currently. And let's see, we'll take a peek real quick. There's still an hour and 20 minutes left in registration. The blinds are currently at 400, 800, 800. Average stack at 59K. I believe you start with 40K. It is a 250K guarantee, multi-day tourney. Day two will be on Sunday. Everybody that makes day two will be in the money, but I'm expecting a good 50 to 60K for first place, and that's quite the bank there that you will get on a $300 buy-in. Come on out, though. 69 players currently in tonight's flight. There's 35 remaining of the 69 that entered.
Dude, how freaking awesome is it for us here in Texas? Like, we don't quite have anything like what you guys are able to pull up there, but I mean, it's Tuesday, and you're running a flight for the weekend tournament, 250K, that runs every single month.
Every month.
It's just absolutely incredible. I mean, we are so
nuts.
blessed.
We really are, and you know, we do our Saturday tournament here, and I know you guys are starting to have some bigger tournaments as well, but you know, every week you've got a chance to win, you know, 12, 14, 15 grand, but once a month for 300 bucks, you got a chance to win 50K plus.
Oh my god.
And we have not seen people win more than once in that. You know, a lot of our normal Saturday tournaments, you'll see a lot of the same faces on the final table, really great tournament players. But this even bigger one, I mean, it really is anybody's tourney. And it's just been awesome to see, you know, a new face once a month walk away with 50 to 60K and just, hello, bankroll. You know, it's just so awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What would you do if you won 50K?
Well, I got a little bit of debt to pay off, so that would be awesome just to be like, you gone. And then, I don't know, you know, thought about starting a little Bitcoin, you know, stuff maybe, you know, that I've been wanting to do. Just poke around a little bit, invest a little bit here, invest a little bit there. But I'd do something with it. I'm definitely not somebody that needs a new watch or needs to go buy, you know. I mean, 60K doesn't sound like a ton of money, but I definitely feel like I could do something cool with it. Try to make that money make money, you know.
Damn right. Yeah, Bitcoin. Pretty great. Yeah, I mean, 50K doesn't go as far as it used to. That's for damn sure. But Nick Skywalker here, he's got a couple of birds. Once again, open a cooler, somebody.
Oh, hello. We got a hand brewing here.
God, Sammy, 4-betting 4s to 1,000?
I think he thought his 4s had a second leg there. He's got the one-legged aces. Oh,
I
he's
mean,
like, wait a minute, I got 8s here. What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the 4x4 bet as well, right?
And a call.
Oh my goodness.
All in and a call.
Oops. All in and a snap.
And Sammy here, who's been just kind of hanging out for most of the night, maybe like 500 bucks profit. I think he's only in for his original 2K. I could be wrong, but just kind of all of a sudden, Spaz launches it in, flops a gutty.
Ooh.
Oh, Brick City, but we are running twice.
Push those cards up a little. That's going to do it.
Super toast. And just like that, one moment of I'm going to win this hand turns into, oh wait, I got fully stacked and wrecked. And did I just hear someone say good playing with you? Is Sammy done?
I thought I did. We will see if that seat is indeed open. Haven't checked our stream notes. Yep, seat 4 is out.
Wow.
So they are working on getting us in a new player. So if you're just tuning in, maybe give us a shout. As of 1 minute ago, the players were still asking. So seat 4 is open.
Wow.
Brandon, Mark Wee, haven't heard from Mark in a while. Where y'all at? We got a seat available in this 5-5-10 no limit hold'em game.
Okay, so it shows Sammy down 3,600. Looks like he had added on a little bit, and yeah, just I mean, it's happened to all of us. We've just decided like we're gonna kind of take a stand. This is the loosest player at the table, kind of opening a lot of pots. Let's just push him out of the way. Commit too much of our stack. All of a sudden, we have to play for all of it, and we're out the door. It happens, man. Hang in there. We'll see you next time, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Enjoyed you know, some of the hands he played for sure tonight. So better luck next time, my man. And of course,
oh no,
it's so gross,
lag,
right?
dude.
The needle. Flop lag is a science. It's real.
So messed up, dude.
Mighty Hammer didn't realize it, but he gifted those 4s to the next flop in the chat before that one even came out. Wow. Yeah, that is wild. Flop lag is a thing.
Straight draw now for OFC, who just already has the best hand, but he does check it back and improves to the straight. JD here with full-blown nothing, just the ace high. Ace high isn't terrible on this board. You beat all the jack tens, the queen jacks, you know, just all the Broadway offsuit, whatever, you know, stuff. But OFC here gonna bet, and JD just is like, yeah, you've got it. Whatever it is, you've got it.
Not everything's sexual. You watch too much porn. It's surprising because it's banned in this thing.
He would never break the law. So.
You're not making up for this. Definitely not getting on.
There we go. That hand right there got Mr. Skywalker right back up to pretty much the high point there, up 3.5K. Carlos up 2.6. Muskie up 1,000. Pretty much everybody else hanging in there in the green as well.
Yeah, how epic is it? Sorry to cut in there.
Oh, you're good.
How epic is it to get aces twice and stack your opponent both times?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, you know, got aces. They went all in. It was pretty sweet. I was like, what?
You know, one of them was a little bit more of an obvious, you know, happening, you know, or something that normally happens, right? An ace king just decides to go with it there. Snap call him. And the fours was a little out of character, but always fun when people are jamming into you when you got the goods.
Heads up.
Man, yeah, it's such a good
They
feeling.
have their star defenseman. He was maybe going to play today. Excellent. You know what I'm talking about? Excellent.
Bet 125.
All right, well, the show will go on 8-handed until someone comes in here, but I presume at the 5-5-10 level, I mean, we usually have players that are sort of lurking in the wings trying to get into the 5-10 and a quarter game. I presume there's somebody out there playing 2-5 that's like, wait, there's a spot at 5-5-10? Like, I'll go play that.
Heck yeah.
Shadow.
OFC's best game. What else? I'll be honest, you're good at it.
It's kind of like somebody's
Race
hitting on
150.
19 with the dealer showing a 6.
He's trying to crack your aces. He's like thinking he's like, man, I could have cracked 50. Trying to crack his aces.
It's a hero call. What are you talking about?
I think he was hoping he had ace king.
No. OFC's mad that he did it so that he couldn't call with eights and then try to flop a set. That's what OFC's mad about. Yeah, OFC's a whole other like universe.
He's on the next.
Everybody who has to fold a middling pair pre-flop is always upset.
Well, we had a black queen siding again. For this time, Nick Skywalker's going to take that one down with no resistance.
somehow. Yeah.
I got you. I'm with
Yeah, so just McFish and Z-World
creative the most to get there.
trying to get unstuck tonight after they were the highlight reel, hand number 3, against each other.
Yeah, right? It's like not the redemption that McFish had in mind. He's like, oh, you're a bigger loser than me now, but I haven't got any of those chips. What the hell? You took them from me and gave them to the rest of the table, you wank.
Just for procreation.
Race 75.
Yeah, come on up, sassy, seat open, girl.
You did like the movie, the Dimensional Line.
You might get to play a hand before the stream is over.
The world's gonna end if we don't stick together.
Race 225.
All right, Nick here, not interested in playing the 7s.
All right.
Right way.
Call.
Let's get him.
Carlos big ball spookies in there too. Jack 3 of clubs. Like, man,
We got to go against the evil empire.
serious damn it. He's even retipping the dealer. He's like, bring it home, baby. Let's go.
We had 3 players.
Acceptable.
350.
350.
Card. How many eights are in the field? Well, probably more than you'd expect, given the fact that we have Jack 3 and Ace 5 suited in here. But Arlo's second pair, no backdoor flush draw though, so he is out of there for this wager.
They're right between. And they're like, there's an apartment complex in the neighborhood and a Darcy. And still between our two like industrial complexes. And somebody went in this neighborhood.
3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, but yeah, your hand is just about as good as it was.
Everybody knows how.
All right. Well, boom, Sassy dropped it in the. That's some fast typing there, Sassy, because I was about to just jump right in there and answer, but there you go. Poker Relations. Sassy's going to hit you with the description. Hijack Poker is brought to you by Texas Card House. Really cool app where you can play some online poker on your phone or computer. Got to be in the state of Texas, though, indeed, to play.
I want to see who's going to pop off here in the next couple of years. The person is super optimistic. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it first. I don't know if I can do it first with a big one. Probably goes nice, but small.
The commute would be like literally 60 seconds.
There you go.
125.
Yeah, Poker Relations. So online poker, app-based poker on your phone, but also you're not getting rates. You're paying an hourly rate, which is extraordinarily low. To play on your phone, so no chips are coming off the table, and it's very affordable. So,
Do you remember what the hourly rate is, Aaron?
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't do well playing like on my phone or whatever, multitasking. Trying to play at the table or whatever. So I just don't do it. So I actually haven't played on Hijack, but I was talking to one of my buddies the other day that was playing, and he was like, "Yeah, it's like $1 an hour for the PLO game that he was playing." I don't know exactly what it was. I don't, I can't speak to it really with any knowledge, but secondhand, he said it was like $1 an hour.
Okay.
Which is like, I mean, that's nothing.
Nothing.
Really
Yeah.
nothing. I mean, it could be $3, $5 an hour. That's nothing, right? I mean, hell, a lot of these poker apps and whatever that are run, sort of, pseudo private game, whatever, online. These different apps that have been around since COVID, you're getting raked significantly higher than that, right? 10% up to $5 or more, and none of that is coming off the table on Hijack. So check it out.
It's probably a quarter-acre lot.
Four ways to a flop. Ace high with a couple of hearts there for Muskie. Top pair though for McFish.
Yeah, the Muskie McFish battle. Definitely on for this hand.
Do you think McFish, he's just like a really big fan of the McDonald's sandwich?
Oh, yeah. Could be.
Well, he's not going to be a fan of this turn card if it turns into some kind of backdoor 2-pair of trips for Muskie. But after betting the flop, McFish is now going to face a lead and does make the call. It does brick out. And Muskie will continue one more tiny little bet of 300. And easy money here for McFish.
Yeah, he's going to take down a McFish sandwich.
Shit, he earned about 100 of them right there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I played some 1-2 the other day with McFish and some friends, and we were looking up at the list of players on the board, and they were laughing because there's also a player named McNub. So we're like, we could have the McFish McNub battle.
Nice.
Oh my gosh,
McNubbin.
Jack. And speaking of McFish, somebody has gotten into his YouTube somehow and is telling McFish's bad joke right now. I am not a supporter of that joke, so I will not say that one out loud. Oh man, too soon. And just to clarify, Sassy, there is no actual rake. It's definitely not called a rake on the app. It's just an hourly fee.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that joke didn't go over so well at the table when that was told the other day.
Carlos here now with the ace queen flopping top pair. OFC with hot steaming
Garbage.
garbage.
We'll take like a 2-minute break.
Do we have any backup coming or no?
Tyler, do we have any backup coming or no?
Okay.
Tyler? Do we have any backup coming or no? They're still trying to figure it out.
Still trying to get us a player.
Yeah, let's see they're working
Yeah,
on
we
it.
start until they're gonna start Nick Button when they come.
You know, it's just rake is just one of those
He's gonna have to.
bad words we try to stay away from. But
2K, okay. See, at 2K. Got it, Tyler?
Man, I'm so spoiled. We're so spoiled, right? Like,
Add on to
just
that.
not having to deal with
Rake,
rake, dude.
75.
Oh, it's
I know,
so
and
good.
I played in a game the other day, and it was some players again that had been here. Several of them have been here for playing for a long time, and it's the first time I've run into any players in a long time who've played in our type of game that said they would actually prefer rake. And I'm like, guys, like, look at the amount of chips on this table. Like, at minimum, at a casino, $180 every hour is going to be taken off the table by the house.
Yeah.
And if you go to a private game, go ahead and double or triple that every
Oh, yeah.
hour. And that means when you're a winning player, that's money that you would be winning getting taken off the table. So those big juicy pots ain't happening.
Yeah.
Check. Bet 150.
Oh, Sassy, you know I've got some non-HR approved jokes, but we're gonna keep them off air tonight. We got a little fired up in a PLO game last night, so I'm on my best behavior.
It's not just, doesn't matter. Either one. Whatever you feel lucky.
Yeah, poker relations. It depends on which location you're playing at, but basically $12 to $13 an hour is the going rate here in Texas.
They really need to work on the music tonight, as that is not a song I'm a fan of. I'm hearing in the background.
What do you got against that song?
25.
It's just, I don't know, kind of makes me want to run headfirst into traffic, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah. Not enough pickup trucks and dogs and
No,
wife left me and
not enough guitars and
twang.
loud drums.
You country music guy or what do you listen to?
I'm the rocker, man. I like some country for sure, and especially the country that has a little bit more of a rockin' vibe. But no, I'm born and raised in I was born in '79, but I feel like I'm an '80s kid. So I grew up on rock and roll and the start of hip hop back in the day, Beastie Boys and Run DMC and LL Cool J, all the way into the great stuff through the '90s. So I just like loud and beats, a lot of beats. Give me loud drums, loud bass, loud guitar. But yeah, every now and then I'll get a little countrified, but whatever that Taylor Swift, Celine Dion, I don't know what the heck that is in the background, but that makes me want to punch things. You would think the metal stuff was what would make me want to punch things, but no, it's that.
I get you, man. I know. I'm with you. I just love that like Taylor Swift, Celine Dion, like
I
those.
know, like I can't tell you the difference. You know, whatever. Lady Gaga, whatever.
Oh man, you are a legend.
Uh,
You're a true legend. No, I presume our music tastes are quite closely aligned outside of the country.
Right.
Not really my jam. Although I will say, like you said, the more upbeat stuff, like I think there's a few Montgomery Gentry songs that were pretty good that I've heard, and you know, things that move. I
Yeah.
can get on board.
At the end of the day, you know, that's what I feel like music is to me too. If it moves you, get into it, man. I gotta be moved.
Gotta be moved. All right, up and down with a pair for McFish. Big favorite, but Carlos up and down on the flop is going to stick around, but he does not want to see the. No, I guess he could. No, he could still hit the queen. I don't know what I was tripping about, but he was pretty much drawing specifically to that. Didn't want to see the ace, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, McFish really was looking for one of Carlos's 2 cards to hit, but he'll take it down with just a 10 there.
The old queen 10 offsuit, out of position raise.
God. Thank you.
Some shade being thrown.
Yeah. Yeah, and I always like to remind players when they talk about the reg versus the hourly, you know, I mean, the hourly that you pay here at our particular club, it's 13 an hour. I know some of the other clubs are a little bit cheaper, and I've heard some other clubs are in Texas, not TCH related, but are even a little bit more, up to like 15 an hour. But, you know, if you're playing a 1-2 game and you're the kind of player that wants to play and just grind for 10 hours, do the math. You know, if you're playing off that same $100, $200 stack trying to win $100, yeah, that's really not a good game for you. You know, you're going to be losing more often than not. You know, but if you're an active player who plays big pots and wins hands, like, you really have the ability to, you know, to win big. And if you're just playing 4, 5, 6 hour sessions, you know, you're paying $50-$60 in time, and you're potentially walking out with a ton of cheddar. But yeah, it's not necessarily a great game to just sit and grind your same $100 stack for, you know, 10, 13 hours.
Yeah, I tend to see the $100 and $200 players be a little more short-lived than that. Whether they win or lose, you know, it's usually a hit and run or a dump and run kind of situation. But
the old pump and dump.
Yeah. King 6 versus the Ace 7, flush draw to Gutty versus the up and downer, and we're just playing overcards right now. So Carlo's going to bet the 250 and get called. Any pair will do, and there you go, a 6 on the river. Check, 6 min. And
Carlos is like, goodness, how do I miss?
How does he miss and his opponent improve? You know?
Yep.
Bogus. Can't hit a king. Only an offsuit 6. Bink.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've played too up at, you know, some of the casinos in the cash games. I'll go up there for the additional tournaments and stuff, but anytime I hear people coming from whether it's Canada or other states, and they come to our rooms here in Texas and they just see the stack sizes in a 1-2 game where, you know, over at Las Colinas it's a $300 max buy-in. Here in our room in Dallas it's a $500 max buy-in, but you'll see $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 stacks on this table, you know, or several stacks that are over 2K in a 1-2 game, and you know, that's just not possible if they're taking, you know, $180 to $300 off the table in rake every hour like they would. Oh no, don't feel like you're trolling at all.
150.
Because it's, you know, it's new. It's, you know, something that, you know, states like Texas where we don't have casinos and that type of, you know, quote unquote gambling is not legal, but we found a loophole and a way to make these private clubs
Okay, we have 3 playing again.
Good bad news for you though.
really great for our community, and it's really helped poker grow.
Yeah.
Explode, really.
And the question there about paying $13 an hour as a winning player, like it does seem impossible,
150.
but only from the framework of someone who's been playing the little grindy games at a casino 1-2, where everybody has 200 or less. It is impossible to beat the rake at those, you know, at that level. But if you're playing an hourly, right? But you play here in Texas, like you said, the 500 cap there at Texas Card House in Dallas, 500 cap here at TCH Social in Austin, right? Like, absolutely, people are playing for many hundreds of dollars every hand regularly, right? I mean, yeah, you'll have some tables here and there where everybody's limping for $2 and the pots don't get very big, but like, dude, yeah, that $12 an hour, $13 up there, that's beatable. Very beatable. Two pair for JD, doesn't even need to get shown down as nobody can contest on the river.
No, I didn't say.
Looks like you got a fan there in the chat, courtesy of Twitch, Aaron.
Oh, let's go. I don't have it pulled up here. I'm working on the
Okay.
janky system tonight. Read it out for me.
Well, it is from not John, but Jew Gotti. Says, is that Aaron commentating? So I believe that's the Jewish version of John Gotti, the gangster. Jew
Let's
Gotti.
go. It is me, and welcome in, man. Happy to have you in the stream.
Weak bet.
Yeah, share that link to some more Twitchers. We need some more folks joining us. He says hello from Colby, by the way.
Colby. Oh, Austin Colby.
1/3, then you win 1/4. I don't know what the
Why you always picking on me?
If it's Austin Colby, then I know exactly who that is. If it's Houston Colby, then I also know who that is. But if it's a different Colby, well,
Oh, check and then river bet 250.
might not.
Oh wow.
But whoever it is, awesome. Good to have you in.
I used to be big bet JD, now
Then
I'm tiny bet JD.
maybe I'm good.
Good flop here for Spooky. Obviously, can be counterfeit with these big overcards, but unlikely that Carlos hasn't beat, and he does not. Checks through to the river, and double paired board here. Spooky could actually get a little bit of value, but it's Carlos who's going to do the betting for 300. He overbets the pot, and Spooky lets it go.
Good bet there. So he says Houston Colby. Says he's from New Orleans, but he's in Houston now.
Oh shit, man, dude, I haven't talked to that guy in forever, man. Well, welcome in. Yeah, dude. If you still got my number, man, hit me up if you're gonna be out in Vegas. I'll be out there for Mystery Millions and Deuce 7 single draw.
Awesome, good stuff.
Yeah, good guy. Ran into him at Choctaw a couple years ago and kind of became friends. Hooked up a few times for, you know, tournaments and meals and stuff, just like hanging out up there. Mostly, I think, just Choctaw, but
right on.
Yeah, haven't run into him in a while, so hope you're good out there, Colby. Hope things have been treating you well, and that you've got a schedule for Vegas.
Hit the river and you think you're good.
Right, 100.
Poker is such a cool experience as far as making friends. Like you'll run into somebody from who knows where, you know, some otherworldly corner of the planet or country or whatever, and you're there playing the same tournament. You start chatting, all of a sudden it's like, all right, you know, like let's grab a meal later, or, you know, like meet up on breaks and talk about hand histories or whatever. Like last World Series of Poker, there was a guy from France that I, you know, just like met. Seemed like a really cool guy. We were definitely I'd say two of the more competent players at the table and seated right next to each other, so started, you know, just bantering about hands that we played and giving each other a hard time whenever we'd lose. You know, just like fun stuff, right? And then it was like you just like have a new friend. Like it's freaking awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I'm never putting that on. That's for sure.
You make it appreciate it.
Right, 75.
Yeah, I've had that same experience in poker, and then going to concerts, you know, meet people with similar taste in music, you know, it's just run into folks doing things you love and
Yeah.
Great way to strike up a convo, and the people can end up
Heads up.
being people that you'll run into for the next 10, 15 years, you know, just after one meeting, because you end up in the same places. It's pretty fun.
Heck yeah, dude. Another ace high flop. Seen a lot of ace high flops here today. JD connects, wins the hand.
One on 3 now. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Man, still waiting to fill that fourth seat. I'm really surprised that we don't just have like a rando from the field out in the room jumping into that spot.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. If we had a 2-5 game going tonight, which I'm not sure if we do or not, we most certainly would.
Oh, you think maybe a 2-5 isn't running? Is the 2-5 there still match the stack?
It is here in Dallas.
Yeah.
But a lot of the 2-5 players have moved over to the Las Colinas room, and it's a $1,500 buy-in. Max buy-in, I should say, $200 min. And that is, it's not a match the stack, so it doesn't get too crazy. But that's typically where you'll see 3 or 4 tables going during the day and evening.
Wow. Well, this is a board for Z World, but he has 2 pair instead of the straight flush draw. Muskie over there with the 7 of hearts and the 3 of hearts, so he has flopped the proverbial point. But is up against 2 pair and a superior jack of hearts on the redraw. Carlos has the top pair, but given this action, I can't imagine him seeing a turn card. Wait a minute. What happened to our 7-3 heart? What? That must have been a misread. There's no chance ever that someone pulls 7-3 hearts here. I'm at a loss. Must have had a misread for any of those folks out there who can't believe what they're seeing either.
Folded pre must be, because you're not folding post flop with an open-ended straight flush. Already have landed the flush. Yeah, does show those 2 cards are not available though, the 7 and the 3. So it must have been a hand that was folded pre.
Spooky overcards, gut shot, heart flush draw, bricks it all.
Okay, it's not spooky anymore. The 7-3 is what Muskie has. Spooky is out of the hand.
That makes so much more sense. Okay, so we inadvertently folded Muskie, but it's Spooky who folded. Okay. So heart flush flopped up against the 2 pair, and now counterfeit 2 pair, playing 9s and 8s with the ace on board kicking. Z World here facing a 1/3 pot size bet here. Is he really? He might be thinking about turning this hand into a bluff. It's kind of the exact hand that you do this with. It's really awkward when you just get snapped off because your opponent did flop the joint and you're just sort of bluffing into the nuts. But if you're ever going to do it, this is kind of the hand. I think, yeah, Zach's thought better of it. I know he was ready for it. He's like, I don't know, man. I got 3 pair. You can't have a vote. So do I just launch it in there?
Yeah, so it said that Spooky won 8-15, but that was actually Muskie that won the 8-15. Okay. There we go. That was our 7-3 of hearts hand. That makes more sense now. That hand just disappeared on us. Sometimes the tracking system likes to fold hands that aren't really the ones folded, and it takes a second for our team to catch that. So
yours are fake for sure.
Shadow.
So with your boy the other day, he has his Supreme bag. He goes, "Oh yeah, this is fake." Oh, yeah. He's like,
let's see. I'm just getting back into the chat here. Sorry, guys.
somebody was asking if you're playing in the Millionaire Maker.
The Millie Maker, you know. So anything can happen here on the first leg, right? Like if I go
You
pull
don't know if it's
a
break
big
thing or
bounty
what?
or I make a deep run in the Mystery Millions or the Deuce of 7, honestly,
Oh, well, clear out whatever you
it would give me more incentive
And he said he's supposed to pay you
to
$35 for it and then forgot.
to go out
And he's
even
like, I'll never pay
earlier than what
35.
my initial plan
No?
sort of was and is.
No?
Right now, I'm looking at going out about a week before the
How much you
main,
gonna charge it for?
playing the mini main and a couple other things right before the main kicks off.
Oh, yeah.
The Millie Maker is kind of smack dab in the middle of the whole thing, which makes it really awkward because I just do not like being in Vegas 3 weeks, 4 weeks at a time. It's too much. The food is really expensive. You're constantly eating out. You need an Airbnb if you're going to make yourself meals. Everything's just so hard to like manage the day-to-day aspects of outside of just like I'm playing poker. And so to me, it's just really hard to be there for that period of time. So Millie Maker, as far as the schedule is right now, probably not playing it. Just probably not playing it. I played it, I think, 4 years in a row, but with the way they changed the schedule, I don't think it's happening.
Oh, we do it. Yeah, we do it next hand.
Fun flop here. We got Ace Jack landing, but Z-World has landed the heart flush draw. He's now rocking those aforementioned fancy glasses we're accustomed to seeing him in, hoping to see if the glasses will change his luck. And boom, there you go. Not out of it completely, though. And wow, glasses come off because Nick has jammed on him. Z-World lands his flush.
And this is a huge bet.
Yeah.
This is a 2x pot over bet.
I mean, they're $4,700 effective here.
And let's be honest, like, I don't know what this is meant to accomplish from Nick. He's just like trying to bully his opponent off of a slightly better hand, right? Like, if you take a step back and you say, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, he's turning Ace Jack into a bluff with a huge bet like this. You're not trying to get called by worse because worse never calls you.
Wow, 11,500 in the middle.
Running it twice, there are a few hearts left in the deck, but it's going to be really hard to find one. And he doesn't.
Wow.
That is double up for Z-World, up to 11.5. And that's an epic blast off from Nick Skywalker. He's going to chip down to just 1,300, 1,400.
Blasts it into outer space, does the Rebel Alliance and Team Skywalker over there. Goodness gracious. Z-World back in business. That was insane.
Yeah, that's going to be a misstep that Nick is going to look back on and be like, I don't know why I felt like I needed to just launch there. Like, his hand is so good. Top pair with the Jack of Hearts, right? Like, it's sort of like the perfect spot to check back even, right? Like, it's kind of the exact opposite. I mean, I'm not trying to throw the guy under the bus here, right? Like, everybody can play however they want to, but when you have this much equity and you're either like super far ahead or super far behind, like 2x potting it is sort of suicidal because it allows your opponent to play perfectly. When they have a good hand, they put it in. When they have a bad hand, they fold. And when you have that much equity, you really want to give your opponent an opportunity to bluff some rivers or call a small bet with an inferior hand. And that kind of just went from 0 to 100, and all of a sudden, Z-World is just on top of the world. It shows him only up 1,500. And that's right, because he was super buried. He was down 3,500 or whatever, and he just doubled up to 4.5K. So he's unstuck on 11,500. Only up a little bit.
Hey, but he'll take it, and that's why he added on more chips, because he knew if he got in a spot with one of these players that wanted to get aggressive and could catch him. I mean, it wasn't a very comfortable spot. He got a 9-high flush, but that is just insane.
At first he added 5, and then he added another 2. So 7 total.
All right, boys. Let's see the Nick in.
You got it?
And
Still-
wow,
He had
Still
5 and
400.
another 2.
definitely not nitty play there.
So 7 total.
But now the nit button game is back on. So if this game looked like it was going to start getting a little juicy with more action, perfect timing to get this nit button game back up and running. Still do have one seat open.
Zach one hand, now we just
Anybody out there want to hop in their car and haul bananas over here to get in some of this crazy action?
It would be funny if
Bring it on.
the same bet.
Yeah, that was pure blast off there.
350.
Star Wars style. It's always tough when it's the player next to you and you get to peek over and just stare at those chips that were once yours. You're like, ah, I remember when I had those.
6-3 call.
Wow, the King Queen has landed.
Check.
Oh, that's right. We reserved the seat for Sassy. She will be here in 3 hours, just in time to play one hand.
250. Heads up. Check. There was 900. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. JD, sit 9 at 3,000 more.
All right, JD going to add 3,000.
So here's the same. What?
Shadow. I read shadow.
He said he bought your fake bag for $35. And he goes, no, I wouldn't pay $35 for it. Probably 25.
Are you?
That's what he said.
I love how JD's got his
I told him
sunglasses
it looked
on
like a
now.
euro because he had the bag. He goes, well, it's on my bag. I got it from this.
And so does McFish.
It's fake.
Ready 150?
Well, you better clarify that with him. Just go ahead and tell him.
No, don't worry. We're gonna have a conversation.
Sit 6 at, I'm in a rate 150.
It's one of my friends.
Oh, it's not here?
Sit 5. No. Do you add on?
All right.
He added 1,000 there.
ZZ Top style, because I got to wear shades, these players are saying.
500.
I got a bunch of fake stuff too. That's cool.
And a big old 3-bet from McFish with the ace-jack. Now, Z-World
But this was used.
looking down at the tanks.
So it was probably nice. Second hand. Second hand.
500. Call.
Makes the call, invites Muskie along, and here we go, 1565 in the middle, 3 ways with 2 overcards suited for McFish. And wow, how far away can you get with the ace-jack of clubs?
This is 100% fake.
Yeah, okay.
And here you are, out of position.
JD looks, I'm sorry, but those glasses are funny. JD like never wears them, and
No.
so it's just really hilarious to see him wearing them.
Like, I'm almost looking at him now like he's a blind man.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to say it.
No shade, pun
needs
intended
a-
on JD.
He needs a white cane now.
He does. Just because we're so used to seeing him, he's like the face of our stream, and now you put shades on him, and it's just like
It's his posture too. He kind of leans back
Straight
a little
up.
bit, like he's not
great
really
posture, right? Yeah.
Sit 1 at 2,000 more. After this.
No shade to you though, JD.
looking. Oh man, blind JD, BJD now.
Maybe he'll change his name to the White Ray Charles.
Oh, good God.
Soon.
All right, the 2 overpairs here are more than happy to continue. McFish actually c-bet this flop, which I understand that on occasion your opponent's going to have like Queen Jack of Spades, King 10 of Spades, you know, stuff like this, but like, dude, it's not at a high enough frequency. You have no piece of this, right? Like, just there's no club, there's no 10, king, queen. Like, I don't know.
Bet 1,500.
I applaud the effort, though. It just does not get through. And here we go. Nines with the 9 of hearts. Not completely dead here. Betting 1,500. Half pot. After check, check. Understandable. I mean, this is the deuce and 7 board if we're ever looking at one. Good shot, draw to the nuts though. But McFish obviously out of the way. Back over to Z World here, a little bit uncomfortable with 2 10s, no heart.
Yeah, I can't play no limit.
And indeed, he's out of there. Muskie powers it through the power up position.
Nice hand there for Muskie.
Yeah, and also just the power of betting in position there, right? Like, so many times people are just going to be like, well, I've got an overpair, I've got a heart, like, I've got a lot of equity, I can just check and take a river off.
How much will flip it for? 100?
And no, Muskie bombs it for half pot into 2 opponents on the massively texture changing card and just gets it through.
All right, well, Sassy is off for the night. See you later, Sassy. Have a good night.
Take care. We'll see you next time.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, as always.
You know
And
what?
the Mighty Hammer is also surrendering for the evening. He's got to go fix some hail damaged cars.
I was down. We did
Let's
a
go.
$200 flip the last hand. Like the string, like I had.
There is Mr. Chin, who was in the chat earlier. He is now going to be our final dealer for the night.
Who did?
The guy who got second place from our in that tournament.
Oh,
We had 2 hours last hand of the night. I'm like,
He was on the Fury.
I'm probably up 1,500 if I win.
Yeah.
Annoying as shit. I didn't like it.
that's really sad.
Shade getting thrown
And I
at
was like, I
Zach
wish I
Barron.
would've-
That's Zach, yeah. Shout out Zach Barron wherever you are, buddy.
Like I got, and he's screaming, like I got 2 outs. So I knew as soon as the ace hit, I was screaming. It was kind of fun if I'm being honest.
Muskie's always fun when he comes on our show.
Way better if I had the ace.
You will someday.
Shout out to our other friends, Scott, Bobby, 3 Coin, Doc Hollywood.
Gentlemen, good luck.
Harvey Castro. of
Yeah,
course.
Harvey.
And,
Poker Mama, yeah. All the folks.
Yeah, that's good fun. That's good fun. Don't change it.
Danny
Carlos
Martin.
away from the table,
Diamond.
but
10 of diamonds.
has a hand here.
JD working with nut diamonds. He wants to see a diamond roll off. Not very many left in the deck, and that is not one of them.
What? Eights? Eights and queens for the win?
Oh my God.
Nobody has the straight. Nobody has a set or a boat, obviously.
No one just has like a queen
Random queen X, right?
or a pocket pair higher than 8s. That's insanity. This is like winning with like pocket deuces in a 6-way pot and hold'em. I mean, that just doesn't happen.
35.
Go. Well, Z-World now back to doing Z-World things after he was the beneficiary of a Skywalker punt.
Sell it to your boy. I'll buy it from him.
But the night is young. Still have 2 more hours of our stream. Looks like we got about 109 folks tuned in. Thank y'all again for being here with Aaron McAvoy and myself, Eric Van Loosen, on a Tuesday night. Wishing we could get that 4-seat filled, though. If you are out and about in Dallas, want to come splash around in this 5-5-10 no-limit hold'em game, there is a seat open for you to come and get in on some of this action.
Yeah, where's the Doc Hollywood when we need him?
Well, he and 3 Coin, I think, have been playing out in Cali.
Oh, okay.
Race, make it 125.
Probably get you a bag full for $10 each.
They're not $10.
Let's say I could. I got some guys in Shenzhen.
Oh, okay.
We should offer him like 50 in the race.
Call 125.
Broadway cards heavily represented here. Trying to get in for cheap as Carlos starts off the limp train. We do get
You're
bumped up
lucky
by
that I still have
Spooky,
it.
and these Broadway cards are all coming along for the ride.
4 players.
4 ways to a flop.
Actually, on my left.
And 995 Spooky, the 3-better pre, or the opener, I suppose, given the limps, is going to connect in a good way.
Very rough on them, actually. I don't even put them in a case anymore. I just throw them in my bag. And then when the lenses get too bad, I just replace them. So.
Good, fix it.
Good use.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I might be much sure than I could have. I can just buy replacement lenses.
Sounds like they actually announced out in our room that the seat was available, and nobody's jumping on it, so I threw it out in the universe. Well, you guys want to stake me, I'll just drop the headset, baby, and get in there. Yeah, probably not going to happen.
I mean, after I pull the millie, I'll stake you in this game for
There you
mine,
go.
but I'll probably stake myself in the game first.
Strata for 25.
This would be a hell of a fun game to come up and play on a Tuesday, but
Well, yeah, now that Z-World and friends have, 11K plus in their stack, I don't know that I want to get in for
Like headphones or speakers, right? Yeah.
2K. JD's up to 95,
that's
9600.
exactly when you want to get in, dude. You short buy into this game. They've got heaps. They're going to be 3-betting big.
Oh yeah, let
whatever,
them blast into you. That's true.
And then you just run it up, man. The biggest win I ever had playing exactly a situation like this was I finished announcing a cash game stream in Austin. They were playing, I think it was 5-10, basically 5-10 and a quarter. And I came in after the stream ended, and they had someone had left as the stream ended, and so I came out and said hey to everybody at the table with the seat open, and they started goading me into playing. They had 10 to 15K a piece. I sat down, bought in for 2K, and I banked the biggest win of my whole career. So it can happen.
Race, make it 600.
I agree, Rebel. I'm not a big fan of that one, but to each their own.
Oh, what a savage river card!
Oh my goodness!
That is
that
not
card?
the 8 diamonds. That is
Yeah.
6.
That is a big old 6. Carlos goes from open-ended single pair to trips.
Bet.
JD still with top 2. Carlos bet 200 on that turn.
I don't know. I mean, if JD finds a way out of this one, I will be very impressed. It's Carlos. The man just doesn't dig in and find a bunch of bluffs all over the place, right? Like, what would he ever be betting here that you beat? Something like Ace Jack somehow?
Safe to
Ace
say
Jack,
that.
Jack, Queen Jack.
Oh wow!
Oh my God!
You can't let me know, sir.
And safe to say that Billy Ray Charles did not see this coming. What?
Holy shit!
What?
JD has gone full savage mode. Glass one, turns top 2 into a bluff, and barrels it through. Says the board has paired. I block all of the boats. Carlos might have a flush, but he's probably going to fold if I go all in. And sure enough, Carlos folds trip 6s, which is inferior to a flush, so he may have even folded a flush. He certainly folds the 6. It shows a face up, too. Just gets absolutely owned with the turnover there from JD. Those glasses have created a monster if he was not already one.
I thought we were flicking in a call there, and he just goes jamming.
Fantastic recognition there from JD, though, too, that, I block all the boats, and we're deep enough that this could actually work. The spot that happened earlier where Z-World had the 9-6 with the 2 pair and the river makes the 8, right? Muskie had put enough of his stack in, the SPR was low enough that, he just can't. He can't credibly rep the boat into a flush and have the flush fold. The flush is just going to roll their eyes and call because they just don't have any chips left. There, JD is like, nah, bro, we can go for this, and he's just going to fold everything that isn't us, like a miracle boat that I somehow block and doesn't matter.
Check, check.
Like 7-8 or so, you know, just like a random 7-8 that does fill up anyways, even though he blocks it.
Or 7-6, right? 7-6,
sorry.
yeah.
Gentlemen, heads up.
My goodness, though, like what a play, JD, just no fear.
I mean, when you're blind, you know, no fear.
You can't even see it. What's to be afraid of?
Yeah, Billy Ray Charles.
I'll put you on that draw.
J Diggles, Charles, J Diggles. I don't know.
JD Wonder. That may sound a little better, you know.
There we go.
Plays a mean piano and he will bluff you off of trips.
Sure will.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that there wasn't just a longer tank. Obviously, JD is thrilled with the quick fold, but you know, a little bit more sweat, just a little bit more like, what the hell is going on here? I'm about to fold trips. Like make JD stew a little bit behind those glasses.
For sure.
Like instantly got it through. Just like it's shown the 6 into the muck. Like, thank you, I win. Here's the nip button.
I think Carlos was just like, I don't even want to get in the think long, think long, think wrong mode. I'm just disgusted. I'm just throwing it away just because I just got jammed on.
And let's be fair and totally clear here. I don't think Carlos necessarily made a bad pool.
Oh no, yeah.
Because
so much beats you there.
Yeah, you lose 2 flushes, you lose to better 6s, you lose to all the boats, like
straights that you thought you were going for a straight. Maybe he already had one.
I don't think a straight can value bet all in there. The texture, I don't think necessarily lends itself to a value bet all in.
Yeah, it shouldn't. But
so, well, I'm just saying, I think you discount that if you're thinking about the value hands that you lose to with the 8-6. But I mean, it is true that there's another hand class that beats you.
Right.
I just don't think it's value betting. But at the end of the day, like I think it's more likely that someone value bets a 6, like a strong 6, than value bets a straight. Because having the 6 is really important for blocking full houses. So you'd feel more comfortable actually value betting a 6 than you would a straight. Anyways, that's getting a little into the weeds, but I don't think that folding 8-6 at some frequency for a big all-in size is bad, right? Like if you're gonna have 8-6, you might have a lot of 6s.
Oh my goodness. Big one brewing here between a couple of big stacks.
Yeah, let's think about this one, as JD is very much going for a 4th bet. And Z-World's hand, a lot of people will think that like this is the kind of hand that does go for 5 bets along with aces and kings, but really the ace-king suited is a better call, especially in position here when you're this deep. 5 bets, maybe you use the offsuit ace-king combos at some frequency, but you've only got 4 combos of ace-king suited. You've got 12 combos of aces and kings.
And he just eyed the stack. JD.
Yeah. No, this is a call.
Call 700.
Yeah, you play this in position, and this is not like
Heads up, gentlemen.
scared money or something. A lot of people will be like, oh, how do you not just like jam more in there? But no, ace king suited, fantastic hand to play in position. You've got so much value. And you're also just behind, right? Against a lot of your your opponent's 4-betting range. So,
and look at this sizing, 350 down bet from JD.
yeah. Given how deep they are, I wouldn't have hated the larger size, but
Heads up.
he just wants to keep his opponent in there with a hand that is like super dominated.
Hello,
Wow.
equity.
That is a big turn card. The size up is certainly coming though. 2120 in the middle. I mean, we're thinking 1500, probably even 1700 for JD.
Ooh.
Wow. Wow. I mean, yeah, certainly mixing is going to arrive on check at some frequency, but I just don't see this one.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And I know the exact feeling that JD is experiencing right now.
Check.
Like, you're like, all right, there's only 3 cards in the deck maybe that I'm concerned about. Like, if he has an ace, it's just very unlikely that the ace came, right? It's
There it is.
Nightmarish. It's truly nightmarish. SeaWorld here. Lottery ticket hits once again. 2120 in the middle. He needs to go big. He can't go small in order to have some bluffs.
1700.
Yeah. That's the bet that JD should have used on the turn. Would have gotten called, and the river would have been awful for him. So somehow, some way, doesn't find himself facing an even larger bet on this river. I have no idea how you can check turn, check river, and then fold kings. I think Z-World just... Holy smokes, JD is a god. The glasses have transformed him.
Yeah, and gets to see it.
Oh.
Zach had his knit button, and he's just disgusted. Does see, though, that 1700-ish sizing, had he gone with it on the turn, is no doubt getting called, as Z-World just picked up the world on that turn.
Yeah, it gets called, then he checks river, or block bets river, and gets raised, and then has to fold. Like, he definitely would have lost more. That's insane.
Fun hand there between the two titans. Staring each other down with the sunglasses.
4-bet pots are just so special.
They are.
85.
And we get, I think, a little bit jaded about how to interpret these spots, right? Like, I think a lot of people will look at that hand and get, you know, obviously fixated on what they could see. Oh, the ace comes on the river. Now JD was a god. He made the right decisions, blah, blah, blah. But the ranges get so narrow when you get to 4 bets, especially as deep as they are, that you're only considering a few hands that your opponent can have. And that's why JD is like happy to check that turn at some frequencies. Like, I'm just light years ahead of him. Like, he just can't improve. So I'm going to give him a chance to bluff. It just doesn't materialize that way, and he gets the most unfortunate river card you could imagine. I suppose just like a deuce of clubs would have been pretty bad too, because JD's not necessarily going to see the backdoor clubs coming in. Certainly going to pay off a bet there.
All right, gentlemen, heads up.
But the ace is pretty bad. All right, we're going infinite ways to a flop, or no? This has been thinned out significantly. We just don't have it caught up yet.
Graphics will catch up here in a second. JD, unfortunately for him, folds the 8-7.
Bet 250.
I believe it is McFish and Muskie still in the hand here.
Still heads up. Check.
Yeah, so depending on what Muskie has, McFish here has
Check.
improved massively.
Yeah, Muskie had pocket nines.
Oh, this is bad then for the nines. I think nines are certainly going to have to pay off a bet. And McFish should, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. The middling size all the way up to full pot makes sense.
1400.
Yeah, 2/3. It's like if you're gonna bet, you're kind of repping a jack or something like pocket queens, tens, maybe even. I don't know, tens, not tens. Queens and a jack, I guess. Yeah. So pretty narrow. So you go big, makes sense.
So Muskie is the player in the tank. We can't see him. He's got the pocket nines here. You can barely see him kind of touching the stack over there.
Yeah, I think you know that you're going to lose to like King Jack at a pretty high frequency here, but discounting the trip aces a lot with the nines, and you hard block all of the 10 nines. Not that those would have necessarily slowed down on the turn.
Muskie doesn't want to give him credit for a big hand here. McFish was the 3-better pre-flop.
To be fair, it's also a little bit tricky to find hands that give up on the turn and then decide to go for it. It's just like King 10 and King Queen, Queen 10 that are just like, whatever, I lose, and then you checked again on the river, so now I just launch in a huge bet and hope to pile it through. Like, maybe. But I don't think you're bluffing the King 10s, the Queen 10s, and the King Queens at 100%. So, yeah, a pretty solid fold there from the nines. McFish doesn't get the extra value.
I think that'll get McFish out of the cellar here.
Got 5K in the stack.
Yeah. There you go. He is up a couple of trips there to Taco Bell.
Go, baby. And we're down to just 2 players in the Nick game.
There we go.
So we better, oh wait, no, it's 3. It's 3.
Yeah, one's hiding over there in the 3 seat. Tyler Martin joining us just in time for that big hand from Mr. Z World. Rooting him on all the way from Austria. Shout out, Tyler. Welcome to the stream, brother.
Oh, and OFC, one of those knit button players got the ace king.
Carlos also has a knit button, and he's got the jiggities.
We're about to see a big confrontation here. Of course, these 2 players have a lot of experience with one another, and enough experience, so much so that OFC would rather flat than blow up the pot. What on earth is this board? Top with a gut shot to Broadway, backdoor diamonds against middle set. Can we get all the chips in now, if not pre-flop? My goodness.
Yeah, Carlos just dumping chips into the pot there.
He like 3x potted it.
String stage. I'm not gonna see it anyway.
OFC is flabbergasted. How do you 3x pot this?
Sick feeling too, because you know he's somebody very familiar with Carlos and the style of play. Especially pre-flop with monsters. Often he puts out either small bets or limps or flats.
I mean, he knows that Carlos wants to get rid of his nip button, but Carlos isn't the kind of guy who also just like fixates on the $400 and launches everything in because of it. Like
at all,
right? if this bet of 3x pot
I almost wish he would have got
allows OFC to fold top with a gut shot and backdoor diamonds, I am going to not say what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to do it twice?
Thumbs up. Twice. Twice. Twice.
That's some interesting hands.
4 outs currently.
Wow.
See if he can improve.
First board.
Oh,
Oh!
wasted
He
queen.
wastes an out.
Oh, wasted queen. What?
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
See something, gentlemen.
Oh my god.
10 queen, 10 like jacks full, and OFC is gonna get stacked, and he knew it.
He did.
Well, he knew it. I mean, he didn't know it, but he could feel just how bad this spot was. But he already played his hand so.
Yeah, that is just wild.
I mean, he didn't 3-bet. He didn't even 3-bet the damn hand.
45-40.
Or 4-bet. He didn't even 4-bet the hand.
45-40.
No, he didn't 3-bet. What the hell am I
Didn't
even
3-bet,
saying?
yeah.
He literally just called an open. Like, ugh. That's insane. That hand is insane.
Yeah, it
Number
goes
90.
from a calling an open to ending up getting all of the money in. Knit game going, huge hands, ace king versus jacks. Like you said, how do we even get that flop?
I see it.
I mean, just nasty. And OFC is probably the player in the last 3-4 years on this stream that's probably made some of the sickest reads and sickest folds. So if anybody somehow could have gotten away from that huge overbet from Carlos, it is definitely OFC, but just didn't get away from that one. And Carlos gets rewarded with a monster pot, and he is now our top of the board there in profit for the night, 3.8K.
Yeah, I've experienced some of these spots firsthand, a little bit on the other side of things, where someone like limps and then calls. You know, they limp, I bet, they call, flop comes, they check, I bet, they check raise huge. And it's just like, what? Like, this is my board. And I've connected. Like, what could you possibly have, right? It's like ace, jack 3, they limp and then call your raise and then check raise huge. And you just are like, okay, I guess you just have like ace, jack and whatever. And then somehow you call with your ace, king and they just have pocket jacks. And you're like, how do you limp and call jacks, right? Like, that's the hand. That's the one hand I didn't give you. I gave you the ace jacks, the ace 3s, the pocket 3s. No, they have the one hand you didn't believe they could have. And it's anytime it's played unconventionally, and the hand that you didn't give them is the one that they have, is like the most frustrating. That one was sort of the reverse, where I mean, OFC is in there with a hand that he shouldn't have, and connects in a big way, and then he gets stacked because of it.
All right, he's going to add a big old chunk of cash.
Bet 200.
Chip runner going to bring him some fresh chippies. Still got his knit button, as does the 3-seat Nick Skywalker.
Yeah, Nick had to pay the last one, right? Or no, it was
Z-World.
Excuse me,
Z-World, yeah. God, what a spot. It's so gross. The queen got wasted on that top board, too.
Yeah.
Ugh. And insult to injury, OFC going to be paying out the knit tax. Fortunately for him,
He said he owes 400.
Give me $400, Sean.
Cool. Thank you.
How would
You
you?
have me some splash pads.
All right, so I was curious about what's happening there, but JD is paying the 400, since that would be all of, excuse me, all of OFC's chips, and the rest of them are on their way from the cage.
right. And if that's the case, he's buying in for heaps. He's going to try to not just get a little money back. He's going to try to seek revenge.
Yeah, he reloaded for 10K. In fact, he's the second largest stack at the table, just behind Z-World.
Let's go. OFC Sean, it's your battle. We are here for it.
And Carlos with those huge towers of black chips. Got the wall.
Quad towers.
Yeah. Yeah, what a spot there. Just flop middle set, get it all in against top pair and a gutty, and just like boat, you're toast. Thank you. Feels good.
3 players.
Incredible flop here for Spooky, but no juice as Z-World and Nick have completely bricked. And even with the 400 in the middle, nobody will continue for 200, and Spooky takes it down.
Still 2-1, Carlos?
Sure.
We had a new guy come in, he's like, I don't watch the next one. We're like, yeah, fuck that. Then he got stacked twice. And,
All right, hand number 92. Almost 3.5 hours into our 5-hour stream. Thanks again for all you folks that are joining us. We've had some folks from Austria and Belarus tonight. People joining from Wisconsin. So thank you all again for tuning in, making this fun for Aaron and I.
Yeah, and give it another 25 minutes or so, and we'll have Mr. RJ Dupree joining.
That is right. RJ Duprizzle.
4 players, gentlemen. Check. Check. Bet 150.
All right, Jack 4-3 2-tone. Got a couple of pairs here and gut shot. The ace-4 currently ahead.
Hands up.
Spooky and I suppose Carlos? Is it Carlos? Yeah, gonna make it to a turn card here. Front door flush does come in, as well as the top card pairing. Spooky will go for 1/6 pot value. Call.
Heads up.
And pair of 5s now on the river with 4 to a flush out there. It's good for Carlos.
4 to a flush, 3 pair.
I'm not calling you flush this time.
Spooky said, I'm not calling your flush this time. And Carlos is like, yeah, that's a good thing. I don't have a flush. But the 5 was actually good. All right, reminder of what's going on here in Dallas. This week started today. The even bigger one, 250K guarantee. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack, 30-minute levels. Starting flights at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. every day now through Saturday. Day 2, you'll be in the money. And we will stream that final table on Monday, the 2nd of June. It'll be a 50K or 60K first place prize, depending on how many entries we have, but it's already off to a great start today. Hop on in. Join us.
Call 75.
I'm going to take a peek at how many entries we got in this current flight that started at 5 p.m. today.
4 players.
Yeah, Reg probably just closed for that. Huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Check.
9-8.
No, registration open for 35 seconds, Aaron.
Bet.
Go, 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 go.
Get to the chopper. Get to the cage.
81 entries
Call
on a
125.
Tuesday night. So, hell of a start.
Call. 3 players.
I think that's over 150 entries between these two flights on day one. So, we are up and running.
OFC takes a stab on this blob. Both of his opponents have all of the equity. 8 on the turn, though, does connect with no one. However,
Bet.
really odd that OFC would ever value bet an 8 and then get there and continue betting on the turn. Still weird, though, that McFish is behind for Spooky. Like, top pair, no improvement on the turn. Like, literally just drawing to a 9. Maybe a 10. Yeah, he gets squeezed out of there. McFish, though, now, who has, like, really the most equity, is behind Queen High.
Call 360.
And he will make the call. Is there some world within which we go brick river, check, check, OFC gives up and wins with Queen 4? There's the deuce, the super brick. And McFish, who has shown no aggression at all in this pot. The river lead does look very strong, and he will probably have more 8s than OFC. Let's go, McFish. Let's go, McFish.
1,000. Call me if you got something.
I love this club. Because there's a very real world within which McFish just has, like, ace 8, king 8, whatever. It's like, oh, I check called flop, hit an 8, but totally check it to the flop aggressor. He bets again? Sure. We'll call and just lead some rivers. It's awkward. It's a little weird. Yeah, maybe you're going to have more check raises on the turn, like almost certainly. But it's a credible line. How savage would it be to just hero off with Queen High? Like, I mean, insane. Never going to happen, but how savage would that be?
And the great thing about Sean that we know, though, is it went through his head. Didn't pull that trigger, but it went through his head.
I beat 6-7, I beat 10-Jack, and I beat 10-7, right? Like, those are a lot of hands that I beat, and I don't interact with any of them. That would be such a savage call to just be like, well, I beat all of those. I do lose to some bluffs that are just like king X of spades. And decide to whatever, YOLO it on the river. And how bad would that feel? But it's actually quite a few hands that he beats, right? 10-Jack, 10-7, 7-6. It's a lot of combos. I will tell you that I have not made very many queen high calls. I have made a fair number of king high calls, and I have been wrong at about 95%. So calling with queen high feels like it's probably not good.
225 submit.
However, the biggest problem with calling with king high is that you lose to the ace high bluffs, and that has been like 80% of the times that I've lost. It has been they were bluffing with a better hand. At least with queen high, it feels like you only ever call in spots with queen high when your opponent just has like no ace high bluffs, right? It's just all value or gut shots or whatever that are all like 10 high or something, where the queen high is just like definitely good or definitely bad. whereas the king high is like not so clear.
All right, Muskie going to take that one down, showing off that beautiful boat. Fives full of deuces.
And our profit and loss here looks like OFC is just literally paying everyone at the table, but of course we do have a player down.
Yeah, I did have a player down that lost a little bit more than a buy-in today. Muskie, though, slowly working his way up. Making some good folds as well, but yeah, he's up 3.3K through 3.5 hours.
75.
All right, see if Muskie or Spooky can flop a set, or perhaps both. Oh, no
Check.
sets.
Check.
Pair of sevens, still good.
Stream we had like whatever week.
So 3 players.
There's some Mallory got something going on. I've never seen her before.
There's a 10 on the turn. Z-World
75 a bit.
picks up the goods, but he's up against 2 flush draws.
Basically stacked this guy. Whatever, she had like 6K in front of her all. She immediately goes, "Hey mom, there, stepmom over there," and starts racking up. And she starts walking away. They're like, "You gotta at least get on the list. Like you can't just get up and leave or whatever." She's like, "Okay, I'll stay with a little bit."
Heads up.
It was like the first hour too. She was up like 4 or 5K and was already trying to leave.
75.
I know a lot of the guys are racing. I personally on the stream, it's, you know.
Showdown, gentlemen.
Nothing proud of here either.
All right, threes try to show down for Muskie with the tiny little block bet on the river. Z-World looks it up.
Cool stream, low stream.
Thank you, sir.
Got somebody just hanging out waiting. Or on call. Yeah. Maybe a couple of other places come home or something. That part I get. Or like she's smiling. So what did happen? She's hung out for another hour?
Yeah, she played just to get the little action going. Surprising.
25 come in.
Yeah, I thought today might
Call
be a
25.
drinking game.
Under the gun limp for OFC.
Oh, my boys.
I'm used to.
Oh, my boys.
Call 25.
I mean, drinking game, a gamble game. Gamble game.
That'll bring Carlos, Spooky, McFish along for the ride. JD here. Could just check his option or squeeze.
Hello.
175.
Says, I got a lot of chips. I want to at least play for something here, boys.
Call 175.
Yeah, and as soon as OFC makes this call, it'll be a cascade all the way down. And
Call.
not the worst result here for JD. Obviously, he would have loved to get fold, but call is also fine, given the fact that 6-5 is either going to make a really good hand or probably just super whiff. This kind of like the worst case scenario where he's got a bad gut shot and a backdoor club draw, where maybe he wants to hit, maybe he doesn't. Certainly.
I believe it was a 8-8-9, not 8-8-10 board.
Yeah, I'm honestly pretty surprised that he continues here. I think with this size of field, you're kind of torching. But JD here gonna try to power it through. Certainly 8-8-9.
There we go.
With a
Carlos
call.
open-ended.
Oh, are you kidding me? JD just feels it, channels the gutty, and somehow does not have to worry about the Jack-10s of the world. Carlos with the 10 and the 7, so boat and straight outs, superior straight outs. But JD improving in such a magnificent way.
Bet 800.
Nice chunky sizing. Gets it through.
Carlos is done.
Yeah, just done with it.
I don't know how you see that turn. And
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, JD's the one who bet,
Full this time.
opened,
It's a good fold.
and none of those cards out there are really cards you often want to put your opponent on.
I mean, the one aspect of it that makes the most sense to my brain is that if you improve, your opponent is very unlikely to pay you off, right? If a jack comes, if a 6 comes, and
Call
if a
75.
7
Call
comes,
25.
you're probably not going to get paid because that board is going to look super scary to like aces or kings or queens or whatever that you actually beat. And if the 10 comes, then it puts a 4-liner to a straight, and you might be behind. So you're not really thrilled about improving to 10s and 8s. I mean, I understand folding, but
Edges on my right.
also a lot of hand to fold.
Check.
Absolutely.
Check, check, correct. Check.
And I think
Check.
that's
Still
kind
five
of
players.
a place that a lot of us get a little bit murky on is like, yeah, this hand's kind of good, it's kind of bad.
Check.
I don't know. Maybe I just fold. You kind of need to think about it too in the bigger picture of things of like, how much hand do I have here ever? Like, let's just look at my whole range. How much hand do I have here
Bet
ever?
175.
Man, so often you just like super bricked with like king jack, king 10, queen 10. I mean, you bricked this by a mile. Maybe you had some sort of like backdoors, so you floated once. Those are all gone. They just
Call
fold.
175.
What do you actually continue with? If you had an 8, you probably raised the flop a lot. It's hard to find hands that play the same way, that get to where you are and that have that much hand and that are still folding. It's like everything else is gone. Yeah, this is all that's left. And I have to play this.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me?
Those are tricky spots too to identify.
Penalty?
Z World here
Yeah, it's a penalty. No.
correctly betting for value with the 10s.
Carlos changed it. So they got a decapitation when I get a penalty. We didn't decapitate anybody, and we got a penalty.
Oh, come on.
This would be sick if he gets this value out of the ace-8 of diamonds. But McFish is done paying off river bets.
Nice hand there for Z World. Shout out to our boy Doug R in the chat and Hodling Bitcoin to Mill joining us, and Daniel Gunther joining us. Asking about anybody familiar with the Houston area. Has got a trip coming up, looking for recommendations on where to eat for dinner and breakfast. What area of Houston are you going to stay in, Daniel? Are you on the outskirts in a town like Katy or the Woodlands, or are you actually in Houston proper?
Ray is making 75.
I lived down there for 5 years, so definitely could throw out a few areas to stay if you haven't already decided where you're staying. But
well, I recommended this to you, Eric, while you were down there. I know you just got delivered an infinite supply of lupe tortillas, but
right.
If Daniel, if you're near the Vietnam coast, it is my favorite Vietnamese restaurant that I've been to down there. I'm sure there are others that are as good or better, but that's the one I've been to. That's the one I love. I go there every time I'm in Houston. Check it out. If you like Vietnamese food, they do a great job. Vietnam coast.
Yeah, it's definitely still crawfish season as well, so a lot of restaurants will have crawfish down there if that's your thing. But yeah, Houston has probably more restaurants per capita than most places in the world, so you definitely have options. Oh, you're near Hobby, okay, yeah. Not my favorite area down there by Hobby Airport.
Can I post you a small blind?
Not as familiar with that area, but obviously you've got some areas A lot of areas and a lot of restaurants off of 45 down there. I'm not sure where the Vietnam Coast restaurant is, Aaron. Do you remember what part of Houston that's in?
It's at it's very close to the Westheimer poker
Okay.
rooms. So when I'm down there playing a poker tournament at one of the Westheimer poker rooms, I usually stay at like a Comfort Suites or something right off of. It's really not far from Westheimer. I don't remember the cross street, but yeah, Vietnam Coast, not far from all of those. So, you know, if that's the region that you
All right, hands up.
will be in order to play some cards or whatnot, it's certainly easy to get over to check it out.
Yeah. Gotcha. It's just in between Westheimer and Richmond. Vietnam Coast is okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Looks nice.
and it's what it is for me as Spooky wins. Wait, Spooky does not possibly pull top 2. He must have won the pot, and Nick pulled it. I don't know what happened there on the graphics, but my thing when it comes to Vietnamese food is that the egg rolls be done in the like traditional fashion, and they do it very well. The egg rolls at Vietnam Coast are incredible.
No, I said next call wins.
Enjoy.
All right. Got Montana in the house as well.
Tony Montana.
Who's coming behind you?
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, the pictures of Vietnam Coast make it look absolutely enticing.
Raise, make it 100.
Yeah, I'm on a lifelong quest to find a restaurant that lives up to the standard that the New Saigon in Denver, Colorado set. The bar has been set for those Vietnamese egg rolls. They are no longer with us. The family-run restaurant for like 40-some years, and they finally closed down. The couple that ran the place for the last 40-some years, you know, finally got too old to keep running the place, and they passed it on to their children, who I think kept it along for like a year, but they had already opened a banh mi shop next door, banh mi and pastry and like bakery shop, and it was a little too much for them to try to do the original restaurant and that, so let the original restaurant close down. Really sad, you know, having grown up going there, but that's definitely the bar for Vietnamese egg rolls. And Vietnam Coast, I wouldn't say necessarily that they were like number 2 that I've ever had, but they're very good egg rolls. They definitely live in the spirit of the New Saigon.
Let's take a timeout.
Re-raise, 225.
I like the 3-bet here with the beautiful Jack 10 of spades from OFC. Want to get after it?
Yeah, cutoff, open, and button 3-bet here. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Certainly can do some calling there. Not at all
3 players.
Some sort of missed opportunity, but Muskie cold calls in between, and JD's like, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and call with the ace-queen-o. And top pair for OFC. Nice little reward for the 3-bet.
Bet 325.
OFC going to take that one down.
Yeah, good board. Good betting lead, just gets it through. Well, JD took the glasses off, and then I think McFish took the glasses off, and now it looks like Z World is like, okay, I can't be the only one wearing these glasses. And I think he took his off too. It was a cascade effect from the start, and then a cascade effect on the way back too. It was just a full boomerang. Glasses on, glasses off.
Raise, make it 150.
JD's rubbing his blind eyes over there. He's like, I can't see. Oh no, the glasses are still on. Never mind. They came off briefly.
Re-raise, 450.
The Skywalker isn't feeling those deuces.
not facing this action.
1450. We re-raise.
Uh-oh. Muskie got the jiggities.
Wow.
Dallas Stars aren't doing so hot, but he's feeling hot with the jacks.
You didn't have nothing, right, that hand? When you bet 1,000 on the board? I had queen high myself. I was thinking, should I reshove and take it down?
I missed yeah.
Wow. OFC voicing it. He didn't.
He's still thinking about that hand. Yeah, he's still thinking about that hand. He was like, I really almost reshoved. So like you said, right, the queen high there, you're not really thinking about just calling very often because you feel like 95% of the time you're just paying somebody off, but the reshove was going through his head. That would have been spicy.
Yeah, well, that board, I think, lended itself a lot more to exactly the hands we were talking about, the 10-jack, the 10-7, the 7-6, than it did just some random ace-high. I think a lot of times when I have tried the hero king-high call, it has been on sort of board texture where my opponent is going to show up with just a lot of random, like, ace-rag, because people just tend to, like, call that crap in tournaments, like, you know, small to medium buy-in tournaments. They just kind of play that garbage. And it's usually in tournaments that I've tried this, by the way, not usually cash games. But you end up in spots where it's just like, man, I don't think you have anything. And you call, and they just show down like a rag ace because they think they can't win with an ace high. And you just heroed them off with a king high. Like, you lose and it sucks, and it's the most painful loss you've ever taken. That situation, I'm not saying that like queen high should be calling at any frequency, but if you're going to call, that's a much better spot than just like some random disconnected board where draws didn't really miss, right? It's like when I've tried hero calling with the king high, it's just like, it wasn't necessarily that there was some like definitive draw that missed. It was more the betting pattern where they just like bet flop, check turn, sort of stared at the board for a little while, and then just like YOLO'd in like 40% pot on the river in position. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I call. Oh God, you have ace high. I lose, you know? Anyways. Every situation is different.
And just like that, we have a visitor here in the booth. It is RJ DePrizzle time. He's going to join us for the last hour of our stream.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, dude? Welcome.
Thank you.
How's life, man? What you been up to?
Good. A little bit of work, a little bit of playing cards. Been piddling around.
Excellent, man. Any big wins here as of late?
No, but it's been steady, so I can't complain.
Good for you. Good for you. Well, let's see if we can't get a big one here. Hand number 105 before I go ahead and step out of the way and let you carry the rest of the show. What do you say?
I say let's do it.
Let's do it. We did start off the night with a monster. We had hand number 3.
Okay.
Straight flush over ace high flush.
Ooh, a doozy.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And here we have Big Slick taking it down.
That's not nearly good enough. I need to see hand number 106.
There we go. I agree.
We need blood.
If it's 2 opens and folds, then all right. I'll just sort of meekly exit stage right. But I'm looking for something juicy here.
RJ, there is a seat open. Seat 4 is open if you'd like to go out there and splash around with the 10K stacker.
I'm going to hang out in here for a little bit.
Service anybody? She's around?
Have you ever played a 5-10 stake before, RJ?
I have played. I used to play in a 2-5-10 PLO game quite a bit.
Okay.
Hold'em, I would. I don't think I have in Hold'em. If I have, it's been a long time in Hold'em.
Yeah, 2-5 still.
3 players.
Still the biggest I've played.
Well, it does look like we've gone limped pot to the flop. 3 players in here.
And hand 106 was also a doozy, Aaron. Do you want to give it a third and final try?
If the third time isn't the charm, then I'm definitely out of here.
I missed some of those 2-5-10 PLO games back when Florida was banging, you know, and they had just made it legal and all that. I was going down there once in a while to play those PLO games, and woo, chips were flying. I never thought I'd see anything like it. And then Texas Poker popped up, and it's quite similar.
And looky there, knit game is starting.
Oh, this better be juicy then.
Let's go.
Do you prefer to play PLO, RJ? Is that your preferred game over Hold'em?
Lately, I think.
Yeah, lately it has. I honestly enjoy kind of mixing it up, whatever flow I'm in. And lately, my brain has been fitting very well in the PLO street, so I've been staying there.
Okay.
And I haven't even been playing very much Hold'em.
Raise, make it 300.
But I consider myself fortunate that I enjoy both still, so that's good.
Yeah, good to be well-rounded. Well, we're opening to 300 off the $50 straddle, so 6x open under the gun.
Now we're talking.
Spooky calls with the king-queen, and we are going heads up to a flop.
Heads up.
Head up.
And good board for the sixes.
Bet 800.
Wow, overbet. Muskie. 6x open and an overbet? Yeah, you're going to win that one.
Just wants to get rid of that button.
Take her down. Knit button gone.
We've only had one player tonight win a hand and not show their hand and have to be stuck with the knit button. That was Spooky earlier.
That's my favorite thing to see happen.
Oh, yeah, and the players kind of slow rolled him, too. They just stared, and then he picks up the knit button and was like, ah, shit.
Perfect.
Yeah, he's not going to do that again tonight, I'll tell you that much. But what I am going to do is go ahead and get out of y'all's way and let you carry it home.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
everybody, for tuning in. It was a pleasure. I look forward to seeing you not next Tuesday, but the one following, as I've got money to make out in Vegas. So I hope you all have a good time this coming Tuesday, hanging out with RJ and Eric, and I'll see you guys soon.
See you soon, buddy. Good luck out there. Pull that $1 million bounty and buy me into this live stream.
There you go.
How about that?
Let's do it, man. I'm ready.
All right, buddy.
Happy stacking out there.
All right, take care, everybody. Good night, you guys.
3 players, gentlemen.
That is the great Aaron Money McAvoy signing off for the night. Wish him well out in Vegas.
All spades here on this flop, but everybody has a spade. Not the big ones, but enough that it could get a little interesting.
JD's got
Call.
the almost big one. He got the Kang.
Call.
Yeah. Nick Skywalker in there with a gut shot in the smallest spade. And we pair the board. JD just king high here, but look at all that equity. He's up 75% now. 3 hearts on the river is going to give JD the check mark with king high.
Bet 325.
Nick's going to jump out there for 325, see if he can take something down.
325.
And he will, and he does not show his cards.
Oh, JD's got the eyes like he didn't show his cards.
Oh, there it is.
Nice. We told the story, and it happens 30 seconds later. Well done, EVL.
That's right, buddy. We spoke that into existence. JD with the big old grin, seeing it before anybody else. Got him.
Knit button madness.
And Chin with the quick hands, getting that folded hand out of there before he can reach and turn him over. Well done, Dr. Chin.
Skywalker might have been excited to get that one through and wasn't even thinking about that knit button.
Exactly. You feel like a bluff is the actual one that they're going to remember to show because it's a bluff, right? You want to show those sometimes, but he just plumb forgot.
Both times I ever bluffed, I showed him. All right.
600.
McFish going to open it up, and JD's going to pop it. 3 bets for 600 with that suited ace deuce.
McFish was the one, RJ, when you weren't here, I mentioned. Ran into it, backdoored the ace high flush up against a turned straight flush from Z-World.
So then the 4-liner hit on the river.
It did. And, of course, you're getting paid when that happens.
Yeah, dream spot for the straight flush. Give me a 4th one.
All right, JD gets rid of his button. Says OFC has his. Is it hiding?
Yeah, well, that's just the 3rd hand.
Yeah. And
we went spooky, and then
not spooky, musky, right?
Musky, pardon me.
Yeah.
Gosh, guys can't have rhyming names up here. They know I've had a lot of concussions.
Playing for 50, double straddle. Call 50. Call 50.
I bet the Vietnamese food in Saigon was quite authentic.
Excellent.
Quite authentic.
Let's go.
Just like Saigon, eh, Slick? You know where that line came from, that movie.
I feel like I should, but I don't. You know me, I'm terrible at movies.
One of the best Christmas movies ever, but nobody considers it a Christmas movie. I'll just tell you that. Just like Saigon, eh, Slick? And the guy looks at him and he says, "I was in junior high, dickhead." Die Hard.
I was gonna guess either Tombstone or Die Hard.
That's a Christmas movie.
Oh,
Tombstone. Get out of here. It was the 2 FBI agents, Johnson & Johnson, not related, as they were flying over Nakatomi Plaza.
McFish trying to even up that equity here, flopping bottom end of an open-ended straight draw. And he's got the only diamond.
600 takes it.
Represents, takes it down.
And does show it.
There we go. There's a little fun show for the knit game. Hello, chat. I see you guys in there. What's up, Giuseppe, Rebel Poker? Daniel Gunther. I'm just sitting down.
Yeah, Daniel, I did look on the app, the maps there for that area around Hobby. There's definitely a ton of restaurants right there off I-45. A lot of Tex-Mex stuff like Ninfa's. There's a Papa's Barbecue that's pretty good right there close to the airport. So you definitely have options. But, you know, get on the old, what's that website? There you can find like all the best restaurants if you go to it with the best reviews. I'm stumped.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I've been to Houston a couple times, but I never knew where exactly I was. Did have the best red beer in my life down there somewhere. A little spicy.
Ace of Club exposed.
Spicy like having kings here for OFC and the Hijack.
Ace of Clubs exposed, and that's got to feel good if you're sitting there holding 2 kings, especially if you're just flatting for 50. OFC being tricky here.
I think
gets the raise behind him from Z-World, and here comes the boom.
Re-raise.
And he brings plenty of boom here. It's going to be 1,100 now to go.
Yelp. I was thinking about Yelp.
Yelp.
Yeah, go to Yelp if you want to find some more restaurant suggestions.
Yelp will give you the old restaurant reviews. All right, 1,100 to go here on a 3-bet.
And OFC going to get it done and show the Cowboys.
A couple of playable hands there, but on their best behavior for a steep price. Well done by OFC.
Extra protection. Yeah, that is fucking helpful.
So saw 81 entries tonight in the flight for the even bigger one.
Yeah.
72, I think, or something-ish. So 150 entries in just day one of our even bigger one tournament. You guys were wondering, what the hell are y'all talking about? Well, it's this bad boy right here. 250K guarantee, $300 buy-in. The last several months we've done this, it's been well over 50,000, sometimes over 60,000 for first place.
That's right.
On a $300 buy-in. Top 10% make it to day 2. You're automatically in the money on day 2. And then we're going to live stream that booger on June the 2nd. So come in and fire some bullets at that bad boy and help us make this a huge prize. If you want to play multiple days and bag twice, you can. You'll get a $1,000 double bag bonus added on to your already min cash.
A double bag bonus.
Yeah, you're already guaranteed a min cash.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And you bring your biggest bag to day 2. How about them apples?
6 players.
Those are some good apples.
Check.
King 10 deuce. Open-ended here for Carlos. McFish landing
Check.
the best of it, kind of, sort of, with middle pair here.
Check. Bet 125.
Checks around to Carlos on the button. He said, why not? Let's bet our open-ended draw. I got the queen of clubs with it.
Yeah, check it to me. I'm going to bet it.
Call 125. Heads up, gentlemen. Check.
Okay, there we go. I was like 16 outs. No way.
Yeah, the 3 of hearts there, not the 7 of clubs.
Bet 500.
So the 3 of hearts here, awful bricky. Carlos going to jump out there again. 500 this time.
Little chunkier bet, and McFish suspects maybe that means he doesn't have it. He's going to look him up. Knows Carlos is trying to get rid of his knit button as well.
Still heads up.
9 of clubs here. That's going to make a straight for Carlos.
And bingo, bango. Carlos didn't have it. Now he does. Probably not in love with the club.
What to do? We all know that spot all too well. Our straight draw hits, but it comes with a flush. He's going to show it off, take the showdown value, and he's going to get a nice pot.
Got a little gun shy there with the club.
Right.
Did have a club in his hand, but didn't want to get raised right out of his seat. It's happened a couple times. JD did that to him earlier.
Yep. Yeah, you got to be careful. That's that spot. You want to learn how to value bet that for sure, but man, you want to do it against opponents that you know aren't just going to hammer you out.
Blow you out of the water,
yeah,
right?
And it's a tough spot. It is a tough thing to get good at.
Carlos actually did that earlier, kind of value owned himself, hit trip 6s on the river after hoping with a pair and an open-ender that he was going to get it done and put in a little small blocker-sized bet, and JD, who had top 2 pair, saw the opportunity to either rep a boat or a flush and just hammered him for all of it. And Carlos just instantly mucked. So I think that was kind of what was going through his mind there. You know what? I want to get rid of this damn button. I got a straight. Let's just get it over with. Take down a small pot versus getting blown off another pretty good hand there.
Yeah, and don't feel bad, Carlos. Every time I try it, it seems to be the opposite of what I needed to do as well.
Hey, still took down a decent pot there.
Yeah,
He's having a good night.
3 players.
Mystery card for Z World over there in the low jack.
Hijack poker mystery card, mind you.
Brought to you by the Hijack app.
That's right.
Bet 100.
Good to see Z World back with us. Love seeing his small continuation bets here. He'll control those pots a bit, whether he's got a monster or not. 4 clubs, pretty good card for the one card that we do see in Z World's hand.
Watch that head kind of lean towards the chips. And leans more. Now grabs a stack. And sprinkles them out there.
It's a little more serious here on the turn.
Let's see, he's like, wait a minute. I got top pair here. Pretty nice kicker. But 2 red cards. look you up.
Heads up.
Oh, and that's definitely a card that is going to allow OFC to get out of here without putting another $1 in the pot.
Check.
Might have to switch games. No, the buddy I went with, he does scout. That's all we got. I mean, it still doesn't give you that much of an edge, maybe 5%. It makes it a little more fun.
Now, Z-World in that fun spot where you're trying to decide if you go for straight value or try to make it look as bluffy as possible.
Well, no, I just follow his bets. He'll be betting. It'll be like a 25 minimum, 25 and all.
Reaches for quite a bit and sprinkles it out there.
Catch out of that.
They don't care. He said they don't care.
OFC hates every bit of it, and rightfully so. He's in the muck.
Got to show it, though. Did he already have it?
Yeah.
Ace King, looks like.
It is Ace King. I couldn't tell if the King was clubbed or not.
No, it was not.
Looked like a spade.
Yeah, not Ace 6. It was an Ace King there for the Z World. Not hand. There you go. OFC, the only player still at the table who is stuck like Chuck, our 4 seat, who left us. Lost a little bit more than a buy-in, about a buy-in and a half or so. They started out mostly at 2K tonight. Spooky just down a couple of trips to Taco Bell. It is Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, I had it.
Did you?
Rosa's Cafe. They'll take care of you on Taco Tuesday.
$100 for like 10,000. Like there's tables like that.
I think I spent about $10 to have a bomb little taco plate. It was perfect.
We had tacos this morning, technically. I left here last night after hours and went down the road, and I'll have to remember the name of the place because it's one of those Spanish words that is hard for this gringo to pronounce. But it was damn good. I went with Patricia and Christina. Not related. Both last name Perez. So went with those two ladies and our friend Carson. Works in the
couple
cage.
Of the mighty fine employees we have here at
yeah.
TCH Dallas.
We had a little TCH taco after hours sesh. Got me off a table I wasn't playing too hot at. And went and had some nice tacos down the road off the lovely Harry Hines Boulevard.
Gorgeous.
Indeed.
Call 25. Option.
I play so much poker that like when I see the cards, like it takes me like hours to switch to like adding the numbers. And then once I start getting out, I'm like I automatically add
Ace 10-5 here. Muskie's got bottom pair. OFC with top pair.
I've done that from Baccarat before. I've come back from Baccarat here now. Like,
OFC leads out with that ace, and he'll take it down. No resistance.
We found the name. There it is. It was.
All right, let's hear this word. That
Taqueria El Paisano. El Paisano. Taqueria El Paisano.
Okay.
And they looked at me like I was crazy when I asked if I could have cheese, which translation?
Queso.
Queso.
The same color as our table.
And I forget that that's a Tex-Mex thing, and this was a Mexican place.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't do queso. Sometimes you can get the queso fresco. Or that funky white cheese, whatever that's called.
At least that is a word that's hard to pronounce. I was worried you were going to say like Joe's Burrito Shop or something.
Call 25.
No speaky.
Call.
No, I did okay. Taqueria El Paisano off Lombardi Lane.
Well, there you go.
Y'all check it out. They are open late.
I'm sure they appreciate the shout out.
Yeah, had the tacos El Pastor, and they were the bomb.
Little club draw here for Z World.
Bring your own cheese, though.
Nobody's holding the ace.
Check.
Let's make some more clubs over there in the 2 seat.
Z World going clubbing.
He's checking it.
Looks like he's going clubbing in those glasses anyway.
Yeah, I think that's
I
more
can
like
see
the
him
worst.
jamming out to that specific song.
I don't think I played it. I played the 3 cards.
And he's got the guy next to him
Yeah.
betting into him. He ain't going nowhere. Same player that shipped him 4,700 earlier.
All right, so he just check calls with this flush. He's going to check again, see if he can induce some more betting.
And Nick's going to have to keep betting, try to get rid of that knit button, but not going to work.
Skywalker fires 425 here.
Now I know who you remind me of.
Board is paired. Zero, though, has not only a flush, but he's got a blocker to any of those full houses that he could be afraid of. So no fear coming.
He is going to reach for more.
1,400. I said it last time. Do you remember what I said? Bob Denver, Gilligan's Island.
Those two have had some battles tonight. They had a knit button hand earlier. Z-World woke up with ace-king, and of course his opponent right to his left woke up with the aces.
Ooh.
And sent Z-World crashing down, but he got it all back in that one hand I just mentioned.
Straight flush over flush?
No, that was hand 3.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The hand that they played later, Z-Fish had a 9-high flush, and it was on the turn, and seat 3 had top pair with a heart draw, and just ripped it into him. Overbet 2K. I mean, overbet 2X the pot for 4,700 effective.
Woo!
And Z-Fish was just like, I mean, Z-Fish, Z-World was just like, what the heck?
Make it 75, right?
And just was like, I call, and they ran it twice, and it held, and it was an 11.5K pot that took Z-World from the gutter
Call 75.
to up in the profit. So he's having a good night since then.
All right, Carlos going to smash this one up. 3-bet here for 475, and he's got the goods. Aces for Carlos.
Who folded those deuces? How dare you? We're not even going to see a flop, though.
Everyone in the muck. The goods are good.
All right, so Nick and our 7-seat here still have their knit buttons.
All right, battle of the knit buttons for
Spooky and Nick.
Skywalker and Spooky.
Double stratus off. Playing for 50. I think there's a movement.
Yeah.
Called that.
4 must be.
Raise, make it 150.
You got me right back.
Buttons on seat 2. Call 150.
McFish getting some camera time there with that beautiful face and those glasses.
JD going to bump it up. 150 to go here. He's got kings. Skywalker, it looks like in the small blind, trying to get rid of that nip button. He calls.
Just
And Spooky
heads up.
does not like it. He's definitely not going to like that. He would have flopped an open ender.
Bet 75.
But he will like the result he sees here as JD's not going anywhere against Mr. Skywalker and his knit button.
Raise, make it 400.
Look at Spooky, says, yes, I survived.
Yes, he did. There you go. You see the knit button in effect right there. If nothing else, it got him chit-chatting about it.
Definitely rare that we see 6-7 players on our live stream that are in the profit. So been a good night for a lot of these guys so far, especially considering the size of some of these stacks, as this was originally a 2K buy-in. A lot of players added on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting down the stretch here with a lot of players just up kind of a little bit for this game.
If they want to get after
it.
Right?
We'll see what happens. Yeah, that could create a little smoke, or it could make them chill out a little bit. It's always interesting to see how it pans out here in the final stretches.
McFish is going to try to help out a little bit, though. Carlos raising. McFish says, I got a fun suited hand that usually flops pretty damn well. I'm going to pop this up a little bit.
There you
So
go.
we have an open for 200, a 3-bet for 7, and now JD going What the hell?
What the? JD has ace jack of clubs. Pretty good hand.
And we've seen McFish raise with some suspect hands. I don't know if JD's picked up on any of it. Ace jack pretty strong here.
Yeah, if he could see the cards like we do, he'll know he may not want much of it with ace queen out there as well.
But he does.
Unless you do that.
And it's a click. It's just a click.
Just a click to see what's behind him. 4-bet for 1,400 from JD. And it does get the isolation play complete as everyone folds and it's back to McFish.
And do you want to take this to the streets? Out of position against a player who's got twice your stack. You want to take it to the streets.
He does.
He
He's all in.
does.
McFish rips it. He's all in for 4,400.
The kid's got some gamble. A friend of the chat getting his shot here to take down the J Diggles on stream. He's got heart. I think JD's making the call. He is. He's making the
JD does
call.
make the call. Ace Jack of clubs is in there. And, of course, we saw Carlos fold the ace-queen in the small blind position. But we got ourselves a monster.
Can he make a McFish sandwich out of this play?
Jack 8-4, two spades.
What a flop.
Seven of hearts.
Oh. God, McFish hates seeing those two spades
They
and
are
an
going
eight.
to run it twice here.
And an 8 wasted.
All right, he's going to need 7, 8, or 9 here.
7 up top has already been wasted.
7
oh,
of
he
spades.
gets there.
He finds it.
What the hell? Straight flush out still.
He's got the check mark on the second board. That's going to lock it up.
Oh, and thank goodness JD didn't have a pair because that would have got him there on the bottom with a full house.
All right, so we're going to chop this
McFish, you dirty dog.
madness up. Chop, chop.
Tell him, JD, you don't make money bluffing the J Diggles. They did make about 130 bucks.
What a hand.
What a hand. Goodness gracious. I thought there was no way in hell he was getting that second board. He wasted 2 spades. He wasted a 7 and an 8 up top. Somehow lands that 7 on the turn on the bottom, though. Goodness gracious. What a hand. Hand number 119 that was. McFish, you dirty dog. He always joins us in the chat every night and he says one word. Donk.
Donk.
He just says donk. And there he donked off some chips, but he got some back.
75?
That was a fun one.
Yeah, that's pretty late.
75 call?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen McFish around quite a bit here lately. I don't know how often I've seen him overall, but definitely seen him running around the room here lately, so it's good to see he's making an appearance here tonight and having a ball. 3-bet here from Spook. He's got an ace and a 3.
Definitely had some fun sessions with McFish at the table. He's good people.
All right, 300 to go here from Spooky. OFC and Carlos make the call. Jack 10-6, top twosies for Carlos.
Easy peasy when you're flopping top twosies.
Spook's trying to get rid of that knit button, but he's gonna
Ain't gonna work.
he's gonna find a problem on this hand. Because he is gonna need runner here against top 2.
Just in time. What up, Doug?
Carlos does rip it. All in here. It would be all of Spooky's chips.
Well, quit sitting so close to him then, man.
Spooky does lay it down. Ace 3 in the muck.
I'll be nice to him. I'll be nice to him. You fucking raised me a couple
Yeah,
times.
you got me back. I gave it back to you. I had pocket aces, and I gave that to you. So you just called back. I had pocket aces, but I folded to you. So you feel better.
It's always fun to have rivalries at the
Yeah.
poker table, and
Yeah.
Nice month.
you're cool, you're cool, you're not.
I'm gonna be nice to them. Not to
I'm gonna
them.
build him.
I like you, I like you, I like you. Screw you.
Yeah.
Call for 50, gentlemen.
These guys are having fun. We are going to get to see McFish back on June 10th. They're going to repeat last week's
Okay.
stream table that we didn't get to stream.
That's right.
We were
We missed
upset
one.
because the technology kind of pooed the scrooch on us a little bit.
Yeah, I've been working on that a little bit and ended up missing one, but that's all right.
Sounded like they had a pretty damn good time, so hopefully we can repeat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We had Maddie and Cody, and Mallory was on there.
First action's on my left.
Game is extremely expensive.
Buckethead Doug in the house. That's right. What up, Print 1, 2, 3? He's no longer Doug Less. He's Doug Moore, they said. Changed his name.
Da-dum-dum.
Call.
Top pair here for Carlos, or for OFC, pardon me. Carlos going to stick around with King 9 high. It's not no float Fridays. It's big game Tuesday.
Big old turn card for OFC. And the Knit game continues, though. OFC's going to drag that one. Nick and Spooky. They're only doing $50 tonight since it's a little smaller game, 5, 5, 10.
Right.
So the penalty's a little smaller. It's not the full 800 we're used to seeing. It's 400. But nobody likes paying that Knit tax.
Heck no. And they really don't like seeing the graphic pop up on the screen. The best graphic in all of sport.
Call 50.
Uh-oh. The suited mumbler.
Yeah, he mumbled a bit while he threw it in the muck. That's why they give it that name.
Option.
And how about the old San Francisco 49er for Nick? He's going to need some miracles to win this one.
First action's on my right.
Ace 7-10. Top two here for Muskie. Carlos Ace Jack in danger.
All right. Doug's going to be on the stream then. Good.
OFC's
good stuff.
got a little flush draw, 3-6 of diamonds.
Call 50.
Ace 10 for Muskie, though. Smashing this one.
Raise 425.
So OFC opens with his flush draw at $50. A small little open there, and Muskie having none of it. He's going to bump it up to 425. And I would imagine Carlos is still in this. Yeah, he made the call. Carlos holding Ace Jack.
425. Heads up,
So
gentlemen.
OFC folded his small flush draw. And now we're down to Ace Jack versus Ace 10. Top two holding here for Muskie.
These are tough spots when you got a hand like an Ace Jack. The aces that you beat could possibly be on the board right now. Ace 7, Ace 10, Ace 5.
So now you're looking at Ace 9, Ace 8 as something you could beat. Is he possibly
Yes, sir.
betting this way with a flush draw?
And you don't have a diamond, so that's definitely an option.
Yeah, a bit of a pickle here for Carlos. Thinking it over. 1,100's the bet.
Yeah, Muskie's got him doing the squirmies. And it's going to be hard to continue once you give off this body language. I think he's just going to have to let this go. He does. Shows the ace. Good fold, Carlos. Opponent had you crushed.
Well done. Nice hand for both players.
Muskie with the fake sigh and wink at the players next to him. Love it. I said I had to bluff him. And I said, I can't believe you folded an ace. What a nit. No, good fold,
Yep.
Carlos.
Carlos, good fold. He did show the ace, so the players gave him a hard time.
Yeah, that's what I call.
Everybody's pulling my hands out. I'm getting annoyed by that. But I haven't lost all my money yet, so I'm still hanging in there. Poor Muskie, though, is giving poor Muskie's getting every hand called.
Muskie up 4K.
Yeah, poor old Muskie.
I believe it was Muskie that was on our stream one night that was up about 20K. And by the time that bad boy was over, it was Gandhi.
It was Gandhi.
But he's always a blast when he's on. He's had some good.
Muskie's a good time.
He's had some good streams as well. So we love having him on. Shout out to the Muskie friend and family group if you're out there.
JD, Kings in the small blind.
If I fart in your general direction, you should
Facing a button raise. McFish is like, man, it looks like this guy's picking on me over here.
You possibly straight flush. He's just fucking Joe Daddy JD.
Uh-oh. The old suited wheel ace.
Yeah, they've picked on a couple of Z-World's suited wheel aces, and this one in the muck as well.
The thing that killed me, he wasn't even trying to bluff me. He actually
All right,
had the win.
McFish, round 2 versus JD. Are you going to try to get after him again?
And this time it's a little different while having the button.
He said no 9-8.
I only have 5
Hits himself with the little flex there. Dodged a bullet, baby. Yes, you did.
I mean, first normal people.
Straddle 25. We straddle. Make it 50.
$300 bet.
I started this club a long time ago. It's called Big Heart Little Brain Club. Found one member. Found a couple kindred spirits earlier. You're working your way in there.
Yeah. Maybe 350, maybe we come in.
Did JD say he started something called Big Heart Little Brain? Years ago. He told him you're there. That's what he said.
Sounds like a JD Foundation.
That was the
Make it
nuts.
300. Call it 300.
All right, Carlos. Can we just have a friendly game?
Kids got heart. That is for sure.
You guys screw me. I don't like it. Poor Muskie.
I do believe I've heard JD say that term before, so it is a real thing. Spooky and Skywalker in this pot. Skywalker with the over pair of sixes on a deuce tray flop.
700 is the bit.
And really, only Carlos can try to help Spooky out here, as Spooky is so far from this board.
Carlos is going to give it a go as he makes the call for 700. And Spooky with City there with the 8-9 of clubs, so he's in the muck.
He's going to try to prepare himself.
And an 8 on the turn. Don't look, Spooky.
Yeah, Carlos wants a count because this has now got interesting for him. He's picked up
a flush draw.
Some more outs. An ace, a deuce.
8 or diamond.
I had the best hand, actually.
We can see the cards that are folded that are a little bit highlighted up there.
Pardon me, I take away the 8. That is not a good out for Carlos.
Low lighted, I should say.
I've had coffee today.
Carlos, do you want to gamble for $47.50?
Yeah, pretty big bet here. It's chunky. Got some gambling size to it.
He's like, is this guy really just doing this to get rid of his knit button? $4,700 just to avoid a $400 penalty? Well, he's actually got a hand.
He does. Not very often you can throw down for $4,700 and have 72% of the equity with a pair of sixes, but Skywalker has found that spot right here.
Oh, yeah. You just gotta hate the money, man. It's a secret. Play like you hate the money.
Yeah.
If Carlos calls and hits, he can say, Nick, I am your father. But if he doesn't, Nick is going to get a big old double up.
No, it's business guys. His name is Bill.
4,700. 4780.
So there was just a little over 2,000 in this pot. So Skywalker here with a pretty big over bet for the jam.
They have been running it twice.
He is trying to take this down.
Carlos looked down at the watch too, like, man, the stream's almost over.
I feel a little loose when but the first couple times I drank the lower lights, you called my ace king on the gas.
Oh yeah.
Does he want to gamble?
Like, my text chain, like, oh my God, man, you're killing it. Oh my God, keep it up. And then 2 hands to my buddy.
Skywalker in full poker face mode.
That hand called me like,
Carlos wants to see a river. It's a queen.
Black queen, no help for the ace deuce of diamonds. Well done there, Nick Skywalker.
And that is going to do it for the knit game, as Spooky is the loser of the final knit game of the night. That's
Spooky tried to, man.
He did. That's his dead $400 out there, though. That's somebody, including Spooky, is going to have a chance to win here in this hand.
Appreciate the effort of Spooky getting in there, trying to get rid of that nip button, and just the cards would not cooperate there, and it's pay up time.
Look at old McFish there. He's up a solid $87. That's like a
there we go.
Part of he and Doug's utility bill.
He could take all of us to Taco Bell.
Oh, that was it?
That was it. That's it.
I know he came on stream tonight because he wanted to win $87.
Down to 18 players in Flight 1B of the even bigger one.
How many are making it to day 2? 8?
I believe it was 8. Yes.
Ocho.
Remember, this is the knit game I should have shown.
Oh, that's right. Skywalker remembering that he was the first one to. He could have got rid of that nip button a long time ago.
200.
I guess I think you lost it.
Raise. Re-raise, make it 550. 550.
Whoa. Muskie with the
Montana Banana bumping it up.
9 deuce. Is that really the hand?
Let's go.
What does JD wake up with? Muskie's trying to steal that $400 out there. JD had the 200 on. Says not so fast.
Call 550.
So I'm going to give this guy a call because he might be doing it with 9 deuce.
Can we get a 9 high flop one time?
Carlos still in there with Queen 10. He's live. Ace 3.
How about a flop nobody's going to love? Somebody's going to want to represent it, though.
Check.
Muskie decides not to. Quick check there.
2 checks to you. I think JD says, uh-huh. I'll take it down.
Bet 600.
And he does.
Bluffing with the best hand. Free money. Don't mess with Jay Diggles. Joe Daddy. A little $1,100 profit there with the King 9 off.
Straddles on, play 25.
About 15 minutes left in the stream or so. Thank you guys and gals again for tuning in tonight. About 147 of y'all watching. We are streaming across the multiple platforms tonight, not just YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Facebook, X, and of course the almighty YouTubes.
Got them all rocking tonight.
Definitely share with your friends. Let them know that we've got a kick-ass live stream we do here in Dallas Tuesday nights, but of course catch up on all the TCH Live action across the state of Texas, from Houston, Austin, and for our homies down there in the Rio Grande Valley. And Spooky's like, really? Now I wake up with Ace King?
Right.
The hand after
Heads up.
the knit game and the knit game penalty hand.
And here are the last 2 players of the knit button game hooking it up right here. And
should see a good sized C bet here.
First hand after the knit button game. And a couple of Broadway aces. Spooky takes it down.
Aggression gets it done.
Although he says that for his lifestyle, he doesn't have to.
There you go. Take a screenshot if you want. That's all the info of the Even Bigger One tournament we've been talking about. You see all of those different flights there, Tuesday through Saturday. Day 2 will be Sunday, kicking off the action again at 1 p.m. If you make day 2, you are in the money. 40-minute levels on day 2 and 3, so a great tournament structure.
Now he's flexing.
Come on in and hit one of these, and your shot at a big old bankroll builder, as we think first place will be well over 50K, RJ.
Over 50K, the even bigger one. Not just a big one, a bigger one.
The Mas Grande.
Ready, take it 400.
All right. Looks like McFish can pay that whole utility bill now. There's 160 in profit.
Very nice. He's in the green up to 247 now.
OFC has just not been able to get anything going since losing a couple of chunky ones earlier. Cards have not been very cooperative with one of our faves over there in the 1 seat. He might even fire a bullet or two at the even bigger one. He likes to splash around in tournaments now and then, so might see OFC Sean this week as we get closer to that big live stream we'll be doing Monday night, June the 2nd.
Option. Make it 150.
150.
Yeah, what a dick move, right, JD?
Yeah, the last guy.
I mean, Jesus.
Nobody's
I'm trying to help him out.
Nobody's really taking their option all night and then just sticks it to it with 10 minutes to go.
It'll make me feel
Poor
better
Carlos.
if I lose to you.
Poor
Then I get
Carlos.
a bunch of fucking red face.
If he gives him red chips.
Call 150.
5K for me.
Calls him, but says, I don't mind losing a bunch of red chips to you.
Well, OFC won't mind stacking them.
No doubt.
Heads up.
Jack 4-7. Carlos finds the jack that he needed. Top pair for Carlos.
75.
The down bet.
900 with the set and $150.
I don't play well, sir. Look, see?
225.
He says you bet 900 with a set.
The best combo in poker.
Did he show the 8?
He showed an 8.
He showed the 8.
Yes, ma'am.
Carlos OFC.
All right, gentlemen.
Well, he's like, well, if you had 8-7 or if you had 8 jack, you had me beat.
Yep.
Yep.
Asked who's staying after the play.
And either way, I had
You do deserve my stack, sir.
What?
your other card.
Dallas Dong, yeah, he said he wants to play all night.
Dallas Dong, that's his name, because the Fort Worth
Oh.
Dong could come fucking show up.
After the stream, they said the dong might show up.
Well, that's
Ah.
Oh, I'd be curious just to go rail this game if dong shows up.
and he doesn't have a fucking microphone on.
He's got nothing on you, kid.
We miss having dong on our live stream, that is for
Dong
sure.
goes away. Who's staying to play?
Straddle. Straddle. Call 50.
We had some fun live streams with him on.
Yeah, it's been fun. The live stream crew, you never know if they're going to stay or not anymore. Occasionally, they will stay and make a night of it.
See, we're going to get those cards rescanned. OFC is just trying to win a hand here with a 9 deuce. And if he can put something in the middle here, he would take it down. he
And instead,
just drops that hot garbage right in the muck and says, what is going on tonight?
instead it's an open muck. I am done with this hand.
Poker gods are not cooperating.
Leaves him scratching his goatee a bit.
We've all been there. True gentleman, though. We love having him on. I know you love dealing to him.
Yeah, I do. I've had a couple of visits with OFC. He's a great guy.
won't find anybody that says otherwise. So.
Easy guy to root for. He's cool.
Cooler than the other side of the pillow. OFC Sean.
No, I've never watched the old one. I'm going through it. I'm on like season 3.
I'm tired of it.
First couple seasons.
Yeah, I'm on like 3 and it's good.
I think some people.
Yeah, it's really a great table tonight of people. Like all these people, honestly, are easy to root for.
I don't know about this guy over here in the seat 8 though.
McFish must have busted you up a couple of times.
Oh man, he's bluffed the ever living shit out of me so many times. I got him the other night though. Got him to call me with some trash when I had the goods.
See, I haven't played with McFish hardly at all.
Oh, he's fun to play with. He will put you to the test. A lot of fun. Oh. Now I thought we saw kings from Muskie here. Where did his hand go?
Bet 125.
Somehow it's crapping out on us a little bit again. The system is telling us that Muskie's not in, but he's in. He's got kings. There it is.
There's Muskie's kings. I don't know if he's in. He's got his chips racked up. Okay.
Shout out to Taylor. She's been dealing with it over there in the production booth tonight. She got that hand pulled back up and made it reappear.
Muskie had the kings. There you go.
Muskie had the kings.
I was trying to look at Spooky spot, and I was like, I couldn't find him over there.
How about 250?
So they are going to do a PLO flip. Spooky
It's flip time already?
Spooky usually chooses not to do these. If he's not up heaps. Let's see if he wants to get in on this one. And he does.
Yeah, I think they bumped it down. Do a 250 flip tonight since stacks aren't quite as crazy as usual. And look at those play styles tonight.
Quick look. McFish just over there knitting it up. It's funny that they're calling him a knit, and we saw him rip it with 8-9 suited.
He sure did.
He must have just not played a lot of hands. VPIP was probably a little bit low tonight. But we saw him get after it. JD tight but aggressive. Z-World kind of in the knit zone. Spooky kind of right around the middle where you want to be. Carlos, OFC, and Muskie just calling stations. And Nick Skywalker, a little bit of loose aggressiveness and a calling station tonight, it says.
For whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Random stat we like to throw up, though.
It is
Powered by RF Poker.
And it is fun when all the dots are in different places. Creates a good poker game.
It does, yeah. We don't want all the players over there in the far left bottom quadrant. Because you wouldn't get invited back if you're all over there just knitting it up. But like I said, the player that they're calling the biggest knit, we saw rip it with the 8-9.
4,400.
All right, gentlemen, good luck.
With 8-9 of spades.
2K in the middle.
They're flipping it.
Lower card.
Who's got the hearts? JD's got hearts.
Aces for Skywalker, but now the board pairs with jacks.
We got 10s full already. Muskie. 10s full?
We got a flush.
Yeah, I don't even see a jack anywhere.
Well, I got you, right?
Yeah, it looks
Muskie,
like,
there you go.
looks like Muskie's going to hold here, taking it down with 10s full.
What an end to the night for Muskie. 10s full.
And Spooky's like, this game's dumb.
6s full is no good, though, because Muskie has the 10s full.
Good game, boys.
So nice end of the night. That's going to put Muskie, our big winner for the night, 5.8K. Right behind him is Z-World, Carlos, JD, and Mr. Skywalker, the big winners for the night. Thank y'all again for tuning in on our Tuesday night live stream. We had a blast. One more reminder. Come on out. RJ, you going to fire at this booger, the even bigger one?
Well, I'm working the next 3 days. I might find a spot Saturday, maybe. I don't know.
Saturday, maybe. He says, I may find a spot tomorrow night. Otherwise, I'll play Friday or Saturday as well.
As of right now, I'm scheduled to be here Monday night with you commentating the final table to the lovely people out there in the world. So if we are not at the final table, we'll see you Monday in here as well.
We will see you Monday night in here as well for the final table to see who's going to take home 50 or 60K, depending on what that prize pool ends up doing. But we had a blast tonight, as always.
You're running too good.
If I can maybe click on this booger. Maybe. Who
And we'll
knows?
be back Tuesday night for a cash stream as well. Monday night, Tuesday night, we'll see you there at least.
We will definitely see you there. Again, for RJ Dupree and, of course, earlier Aaron McAvoy, I'm Eric Van Loozen. TCH Live. We will see you next time, folks.
Good night, TCH.
Peace.